Our top stories. A two-week temporary ceasefire between the US and Iran is announced, but President Trump rejects Iran's bid to allow uranium enrichment. Meanwhile, Israel launches the biggest waves of strikes on Lebanon since the war began, as Tehran threatens to withdraw from the truce if attacks on Lebanon continue. And the British Prime Minister arrives in the Gulf for talks with regional leaders in a bid to permanently reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has rejected one of Iran's key points put forward for the ceasefire agreement, hours after announcing a two-week temporary pause in fighting. Taking to Truth Social earlier, Trump said the U.S. would work closely with Iran, but there would be no enrichment of uranium. However, the U.S. president does agree with some of Iran's other points, which include reliefs on tariffs and sanctions. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters Iran begged for a ceasefire. Take a listen.
President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President Truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by Len Kordakovsky, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and former senior advisor to the U.S. envoy to Iran. Len, as always, thank you so much for joining me. There's been a lot of news happening today, but Pete Hegseth claims Iran begged for a ceasefire. Trump and Tehran have both claimed victory after this deal was reached just hours before that deadline. We heard from J.D. Vance. He described the ceasefire as fragile. What are the biggest risks that could cause a collapse to this deal in the coming days?
Well, thanks for having me back, Leigh Ann. I think we just need to take a breath and not react to this moment in time. War and negotiations are not very neat. It's not a straight line. It's got ups and downs. And, it's not over until it's over. So for now, I think we're in a place where the U.S., as the Secretary of War has said, has certainly achieved military superiority. And, it's in a position to dictate the terms of surrender. Whether the regime is ready to surrender is another story. And if I were to guess as to what can go wrong, I think I would have to say the regime would just have to revert to its nature, which is not to bend and not to keep its word, which is what broke the original negotiations. So I think we'll see how this ends up. The U.S. certainly has priorities like the dismantlement of the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the terrorism. The Iranian regime's wish list is just that. It's a wish list. It's got no way to make it, to turn it into reality. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm skeptical.
And I think the world right now is skeptical too, because it appears this ceasefire is just falling apart at the seams. Trump says Lebanon is not part of a ceasefire agreement. Iran is threatening to leave the deal if Israel keeps bombing Lebanon. According to reports, Iran has actually now shut the Strait of Hormuz over these ceasefire cracks. Len, the U.S. just doesn't appear to have the upper hand right now, especially when it comes to the Straits.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I think the U.S. does have an upper hand. It's just a question of what tools the U.S. is ready to use at this moment in time to open the strait and to force the deal on the regime. I do think it's just it's a matter of the president's decision as to what to do. But you're right that the regime is being the regime. It is what we always thought it was. It is playing games. And the president yesterday in his Washington press conference, called the regime very unflattering terms and essentially calling them liars and known liars. They've lied before. They've lied in the previous negotiations, and the odds of them stopping lying are very narrow. So I guess we'll see, but I wouldn't say that the regime all of a sudden has an upper hand. It just has a moment to take a breath and assess the reality for what it is. Whether it can do that or not is up to them.
It's quite interesting because Hegseth today, of course, gave that speech, and he did say something that stood out. He said, new Iranian regime has a different interaction with the US. So the way he is framing it is there's a new regime, which many people, Len, say is clearly not true. And we've just spoken about the fact that they have these maximalist demands.
Absolutely. It's maybe new faces, but the revolutionary extremist death cult that's in charge of Iran is still there. The IRGC is still pulling the strings. They have the most to lose, and which is why we should not trust them. And I have confidence that the president sees the situation for what it is. He relishes being unpredictable. Mm-hmm. He likes optionality, and I think he's willing to see whether the new faces are willing to or able to to act in a way that's different than the previous cast of characters. And as I said, I'm skeptical.
The UAE, Kuwait and Bahrain are continuing to intercept missiles and also drones fired from Iran, despite the ceasefire coming into effect. Pete Hegseth said Iran's missile program is functionally destroyed. Why are the Gulf states, where are the Gulf states left in all of this? Because the reality on the ground right now is just so different for the neighboring countries.
Certainly. The Gulf states are on the front lines of the regime's aggression. They know this regime very well. They've known it for years. They've been victimized by this regime, despite doing their best to stay out of the conflict. I think the relationship between the Islamic Republic and its Arab neighbors is irrevocably shattered. I don't think that trust will be rebuilt, which is why we've heard that the Saudis, the Emiratis, and Bahrainis, and others have pushed the president to resolve this conflict once and for all, because they know that being left with a wounded, desperate, untrustworthy Islamic Republic is a recipe for a continuous war, as we've seen over the last 47 years. So, as I said, I think we need to take a step back, not react to the news of the day, and assume that all of these decision makers are talking to each other and hearing from each other, and won't do something that is contrary to their national interest.
Let's take a breath for a moment, and we're going to talk a little bit about Iran's reported 10-point plan. It includes control of the Strait of Hormuz and a full U.S. troop withdrawal from the region. If this is accurate, would accepting it amount to a strategic defeat for the U.S.? And how does Trump navigate that without appearing to capitulate? Because before this war started, Iran didn't have control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, the 10-point plan, I think, is only in the regime's mind. It is not a serious plan. It is not a workable plan. I would look at the U.S. 15-point plan as more of a starting point, because it actually states specific things that the U.S. is looking for, which is the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, the seizing of the enriched uranium, the permanent cessation of funding and supporting terrorist proxies that are meddling in Iran's neighbors' affairs. All of these things are realistic and serious and need to be addressed by the regime that has suffered, as the Secretary of War has said, a tremendous military, I wouldn't say it's defeat quite yet, but certainly a serious wound. So I do think that the 10-point plan might play well to the internal IRGC audience, but it's certainly a non-starter for the U.S., and I don't see the U.S. accepting it in any way, shape, or form. And I think that it's a non-starter.
I just want to bring some breaking lines to you, Len, just to get your reaction from them. Iran's President Pezeshkian is telling the Pakistan Prime Minister that ceasefire in Lebanon is an essential condition in the framework of the 10-point agreement with the US. We're getting this from Iranian media coming through right now. It appears that Lebanon has become the main sticking point when it comes to the ceasefire agreement that's been put into place. When we're thinking about this at the moment, how difficult is it for Pakistan, who have been the main mediators, to try to keep this peace agreement going in the right direction?
What I would say is there are certain parties in this scenario that are decision makers. It is certainly not Pezeshkian. It is the President of the United States, the IRGC, the Israelis, and, I think we're forgetting that the people on the ground, the Iranian people, also have a vote as to how this plays out, despite what the politicians decide. So I tend to doubt that the regime is going to be willing to be destroyed for the sake of Hezbollah. I think Israel certainly has their national interests. And I just don't see how that would be a sticking point, despite what the Iranians want us to think.
And just a brief one about the Iranian people. Obviously, they have gone through an extremely difficult 2-month period as the US and Israel bombard the country. What do you think right now when it comes to them looking for a change in government? Lots of people have spoken about that. Of course, we saw those protests earlier in the year, the anti-government protests, people calling for change. That all seems to have died down now.
Well, you're right to point to the January protests as the spark that got us to this point. If you recall, on January 8th and 9th, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, called the people to go to the street and protest against the regime. They did. The regime has massacred 45,000 of them, and that has led us to this conflict. So I believe that too much blood has been shed by the people for them to accept any remnant of the regime, be it Ghalibaf or Arakchi or Pezeshkian or anybody else. So, which is why I think, regardless of where this round of negotiations goes, the people started the conflict and the people will end the conflict. And as the President of the United States and others have said from the beginning, that they are going to create circumstances on the ground that are going to allow the people to seize government. And I believe that that is still a step that isn't being talked about enough, that after the rest of the threads, get tidied up, the people will have the last say as to what happens in their country.
Len Kordakovsky, thank you so much for your thoughts and analysis.
Thank you.
Markets in Asia surged after President Trump agreed to suspend planned attack on Iranian infrastructure. Oil fell by the most in almost 6 years as a temporary ceasefire offered respite from turbulence driven by the Middle East crisis. Patrick Volk has this report.
Broadcaster Thai PBS breaking news of a 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran.
As soon as this announcement was released, It brought everyone a sense of relief, and maybe there is a way the war can come to an end.
Talk of an end may be premature, but investors cheered the latest developments, particularly after Iran said safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz would be possible during the ceasefire. South Korea's Kospi led the charge, surging by more than 6%, while Japan's Nikkei 225 added about 5%. There were strong gains also in Hong Kong, Shanghai and Sydney. The gains came as oil prices sank, with Brent crude falling by about 13%. Markets are betting lower crude prices will help contain inflation and revive economic growth. Asian economies like Japan, that have been hit hard by energy supply disruptions, welcome the agreement between Washington and Tehran.
What is most important now is that the situation genuinely de-escalates, including ensuring safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Japan hopes a final agreement is reached swiftly through diplomacy and will continue its diplomatic efforts closely with the international community toward that goal.
Still, there are doubts the ceasefire will resolve the wider standoff over Iran's nuclear program and Washington's security demands.
It's unlikely to lead to a full agreement that really satisfies everything that, on the one hand, the Trump administration would like, and on the other hand, that the Iranian regime would like, because I think that the two sides just still sit too far apart.
And with energy security, inflation and shipping routes still exposed, the region remains highly sensitive to whether this pause can turn into a lasting diplomatic breakthrough. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, Israel says it supports President Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for the next 2 weeks. However, they say the agreement does not include Lebanon. Israel's military has halted attacks on Iran, but is continuing to conduct targeted ground operations against Hezbollah. Reports now suggest Iran could withdraw from the ceasefire deal if attacks on Lebanon do continue. Here's Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz.
The IDF attacked hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists in a surprise strike at headquarters throughout Lebanon. This is the largest concentrated blow Hezbollah has suffered since the Pager's operation. IDF forces continue to operate vigorously in Lebanon to ward off threats and thwart Hezbollah's capabilities in accordance with the policy we have established. We promise to bring security to the residents in the north, and that is exactly what we will do.
Let's go live now to Herzliya to speak to Middle East correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, there's a lot of news coming out, actually, just before I get to you. We have heard that Israel has killed a Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Israel also says it struck hundreds of Hezbollah members in these surprise attacks across Lebanon. Why has there been so much confusion over Lebanon if it's part of the ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran? And many people are saying Israel is working to undermine this agreement. What do you think?
Well, firstly, I don't think Israel is trying to undermine the agreement. Israel has all along insisted, at least to the United States, that the war against Hezbollah would continue. They wanted to separate the war with Hezbollah from the war with Iran in case there was a ceasefire. And as Donald Trump just said, Lebanon was never part of the deal. Now, whether he's lying or the Iranians are lying, someone's lying clearly. Something doesn't add up here. That I think we can all agree on. But I think that as far as the war with Hezbollah goes, it was never, I think, for Trump something that he wanted to have as part of the ceasefire with Iran, mainly because he's not really that bothered about Lebanon, and he knew it was very important to Israel, which had, other than that, very little to say in the ceasefire negotiations. The only thing that Israel did was to convey their messages to the Trump administration throughout the war about their red lines, about their demands, and all they could do was hope that he would actually listen, which he did partially, at least when it came to Lebanon.
Yotam, we're also just getting some remarks from Iran's IRGC on this very topic. And they have said to state media, if attacks on Lebanon does not end, a regretful response will face aggressors in the region. And we do know that Israel has had to intercept bombardments towards the country time and time again. How concerning is this rhetoric now coming from the IRGC?
It's extremely concerning. We're less than a day into the ceasefire, and we are facing the first major test. Iran is essentially telling the world, at least that's what they're signaling, we're ready to die on the Hezbollah hill. In other words, we're ready to scrap any negotiations before we would get to Islamabad on Friday if Israel doesn't stop attacking Hezbollah. Now, they could be bluffing, but it does look like they really value Hezbollah. They see how much damage Hezbollah has been able to cause Israel, and it's still part of their defense and their deterrence against Israel. So just leaving them out to dry and abandoning them for Iran, at least now, it seems like a bad idea. It also could be a bargaining chip in the whole negotiation that they're conducting with the United States, which is hugely complex. But we are currently at a crossroads, because Israel is going to have to either stop attacking Hezbollah because the United States tells them to do so, or they're going to try and call Iran's bluff, and eventually they will just back down from their demand.
Like you said, we're at a crossroads. Apparently, Benjamin Netanyahu will give an address later this evening. Be interesting to see what he says. But apparently, the latest death toll in Lebanon from those Israeli strikes has risen to 112. So dozens of people reportedly killed, hundreds, of course, wounded too. But what kind of deal would both would both Israel and the US be satisfied with when it comes to Lebanon?
When it comes to Lebanon, I think that we would have to see a much more efficient effort by the Lebanese government, the Lebanese military, when it comes to disarming Hezbollah. Now, part of the problem is that the military doesn't have the capabilities to disarm Hezbollah. They are also not going from house to house, which Israel is doing in southern Lebanon, to clean out all of Hezbollah. They're not doing that. So if we are to see any sort of deal that Israel could stand behind, we would have to see a huge, I would see an increased support, military support from, for example, the United States and France and other countries for the Lebanese military. They cannot do this themselves, clearly. We also have to see a much closer cooperation between the Israeli military and the Lebanese military, something that the Lebanese are not that willing to be engaged in. But there has to be a much more serious effort to disarm Hezbollah. Israel is frankly fed up. They have been in 2 wars now with Hezbollah in less than 3 years. It has cost Israel billions of dollars. It has cost them lots of soldiers who've been killed. And thousands of residents in northern Israel who haven't been able to live in peace for nearly at least a year and a half now, and combined if you take the 2 wars, which is atrocious for them, obviously. So Israel will have to insist that there has to be done something much more serious when it comes to the disarming of Hezbollah.
And do you think that international parties could become involved in that disarming of Hezbollah? Do you think we are now reaching that point where we could see, I'm not 100% sure who could get involved, but maybe France or other countries?
I do think so, because Israel is not going to just go back to the same agreement that was made in November 2024 after 13 months of war and say, all right, well, we'll leave it to the Lebanese military, and whenever they can't really do the job, then we will strike here and there, which they did on a daily basis. They killed, I believe, 400 members of Hezbollah during those 14 or 15 months of ceasefire. But that's just not sustainable, because, of course, the Lebanese government also doesn't want to have Israel just bombarding left and right when a new ceasefire is struck. So we need to see a much bigger effort by the international community. If the international community is really concerned about what's happening in Lebanon, and by extension how that may have a spillover into the whole situation with Iran, they need to help the government. Otherwise, we're just going to continue with these endless cycles of wars.
And also, does Israel genuinely want to end this war with Hezbollah? Because you did mention to me Israel is fed up. We've also seen the war in Gaza. There's been a lot going on for Israel, and it must be very difficult for the people living there to accept the situation that they constantly find themselves in.
Look, the residents in northern Israel, they only trust the IDF to do the job. They don't trust the Lebanese military or the Lebanese government. But at the end of the day, this is a solution that has to be done politically. It's a diplomatic solution that's going to end the war with Hezbollah and Israel. And I also think that a lot of residents in northern Israel are not that naive. They know that it's not possible for the IDF to single-handedly disarm Hezbollah throughout Lebanon. Lebanon is not Gaza. It's a completely different arena. And also, if you look at the latest surveys, it's only 44% of Israelis who actually believe that it's possible to disarm Hezbollah altogether. So, no, Israel doesn't want to continue this war. They know that another war is looming with Hamas in Gaza, something we haven't actually talked about for a while, but that's another arena that's waiting to blow up any second. They don't want to be stuck in the Lebanese mud. They don't want to be stuck in a repeat of what was happening in 1982 to 2000 when they took control with basically southern Lebanon. That's just not in the interest of the Israeli public. But at the end of the day, the only way to solve this is through a diplomatic solution where, like I said, countries like the United States and France and others will have to help the Lebanese government.
Let's see, Yotam, if a diplomatic off-ramp can be found. But Yotam Confino, as always, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has arrived in the Gulf today to hold talks with regional leaders. The UK has welcomed the ceasefire, with Starmer pledging to support the agreement, hoping for the permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Throughout the conflict, Starmer has been heavily criticised by President Donald Trump for failing to support the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. We can now go live to London to speak to Sir Richard Sharif, a former NATO Deputy Supreme Commander, Allied Force Europe. It's so great to have you on, Sir Richard. Before we do get to Keir Starmer and his visit to the Gulf region, Hegseth says the Iranian ceasefire offers a chance at real peace as both sides claim victory. But as the day has progressed, the ceasefire looks to be on the brink of collapse as Israel bombs Lebanon and as Iran continues to target Gulf countries. What's your analysis of the situation that we're in currently?
Well, at least Trump did a U-turn on his plan to, or his intent to commit genocide in Iran. That's the first thing. That has been paused, at least for the moment. As you say, the ceasefire appears to be pretty shaky. As you say, Israel is continuing to bomb Lebanon, and Iran is continuing to launch missiles across the Gulf states. So 2 weeks is a long time, and 1 day is already proving to be a long time. As far as victors, I think the bottom line is this, that whatever the Americans say, if Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz as it is, and it is still not letting ships through freely, America is losing. And America is losing strategically. Now, I set that against the fact that America has written down Iranian military capability massively. Of course it has. It has decimated Iranian leadership alongside Israel. But the fact remains that the Strait of Hormuz is still held by the Iranians. And that 10-point plan, the details of which, whether it's in English or in Farsi, are confusing and don't necessarily match up. But certainly the 10-point plan is being produced by the media, which Trump has said is a workable basis on which to negotiate, looks to me to be pretty falling down on the Iranian side. So I think the Iranians still have the Americans over a barrel.
And there have been reports today, actually, as we've been speaking, I don't know, they are unconfirmed, but that Iran has once again closed the Strait of Hormuz. But let's talk a little bit about this reported 10-point plan. It includes control of the Strait of Hormuz and a full US troop withdrawal from the region. If accurate, would accepting it amount to a strategic defeat for the US? And how do you think Trump can navigate this without appearing to completely capitulate to Iran's demands, which appear to be maximalist?
I agree with you. It amounts to a strategic defeat for the United States. And if Trump goes any way to accepting almost any of it, it is a capitulation. The reality is that the world 27th of February, March, 27th of March, before Trump and Israel launched this attack. On the 27th of February, Iran was relatively contained, and of course there was freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. That has now gone. And as we've seen, the world has been held to ransom by that blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran knows that, and they will make the most of that. We can be sure of that. And
Iran appears to be cashing in with that blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, which many people have been talking about, charging millions for tankers to get through the strait. And also they say that they are continuing to control it, despite Donald Trump saying that the ceasefire had been agreed and Iran was to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So it leaves us in a really tricky situation. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the British Prime Minister, because he's actually arrived in Saudi Arabia today. He's highlighted the need for the continued efforts to reopen and secure the Strait of Hormuz. Starmer, let's be honest, he's faced this intense criticism from President Donald Trump for not supporting US-Israeli strikes on Iran. So I guess the big question right now is, does Starmer have any skin in the game at all?
Well, it was absolutely right for Prime Minister Starmer and also our European partners to make it clear that Trump's war of choice, war of hubris against Iran was Trump's war. This is not NATO's war. It is not Europe's war. And in a very real sense, Trump has broken it. It should be up to Trump to fix it. But quite clearly, Trump is not going to fix it. So, yes, absolutely. Britain, as well as our European partners, indeed, much more globally, Australia, Japan, China, the globe has skin in this game, because of the Iranian ability to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and hold the world economy to ransom. So it is very much in interest of the international community for Starmer to be doing what he can. However, that's pretty limited, and nothing can be done until there is a lasting ceasefire, and thereafter, perhaps the international community can come together to prove the Strait of Hormuz clear of mines and start the process of securing shipping going through it.
So, Richard, do you think we could now see NATO playing a role in reopening the Strait of Hormuz now that we've come to the ceasefire deal and it appears that these negotiations may go ahead between the US and Iran in Islamabad? Could NATO now play a more active role?
NATO could play an active role, but only when there is a lasting ceasefire that sticks. And we're so far away from that, frankly, at the moment, that I think it's almost it's too early to be clear about what NATO could do. But only when there is a ceasefire, NATO could certainly provide forces and shipping and anti-mine clearance capabilities to open up the strait.
And just one more final thought from you, if I could. We know Mark Rutte is actually in Washington today. He's going to meet President Donald Trump. He once called him daddy. They seem to have a bit of a bromance. But Donald Trump has threatened to leave NATO over these tensions when it comes to this war in Iran. Do you think they could smooth over the relationship and Donald Trump will stop threatening to leave the alliance?
I think, frankly, very difficult, although I know Rutte will be doing his usual obsequious sycophancy to try and butter up Trump. But the truth is this: nobody in Europe, no European nation or no other NATO ally can trust America. Just think what's happened this year alone. Not only have we had this barrage of insults from Trump as NATO has stood back and watched Trump make a complete strategic mess of what's going on in the Middle East. But don't forget, back in January, Trump was threatening to attack a NATO ally, Denmark, over Greenland. And that has not gone away. So no one can trust America. And frankly, Trump has single-handedly torpedoed the NATO alliance, that doctrine of collective defense, which has underpinned it for 77 years. So frankly, what Rutte should be saying to Trump is, we will push ahead as Europeans with Canada to develop NATO and to transform NATO to become a European-led alliance. We will maintain links with America. We will need to work with America as America steps back from NATO. But let's be clear, Europe. NATO is an alliance for Europe.
So, Richard Sharif, really good to get your thoughts and analysis on the situation. Hope to speak to you again. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you for having me.
Pakistan has been acting as the intermediary between the US and Iran for the last few weeks and is responsible for securing the fragile ceasefire. The country has a strong relationship with both sides and has been optimistic about finding a solution to the conflict. It will now act as a host later this week, with talks between the US and Iran scheduled to take place in Islamabad on a Friday. Let's go live now to Islamabad and speak to Umar Karim, Associate Fellow with the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies in Riyadh. Really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. A lot of news coming through today, but Iranian state media says Tehran will withdraw from the ceasefire if attacks on Lebanon continue. Hezbollah paused attacks in line with the US-Iran truce. Israel says a ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon. What more do we know about all this confusion when it comes to mixed messaging about this deal?
Thank you for having me. And yes, I think that there is a lot of confusion right now. Like in any agreement or any ceasefire deal, there appears to be also considerable gap between the US and Iran in terms of their respective understandings of the ceasefire and the ceasefire's modalities. Thus, for Iran, the deal includes all regional theaters. So thus, the ceasefire means every conflict in the region where Iran is involved or where Iran's allies are involved, it becomes silent. While from the US, it only is about the aerial campaign against Iran, and also it covers Iran's attacks on Gulf and Israel. So US doesn't see, as it is, Lebanon to be part of this conflict, and it considers it as a separate theater, as we now have seen from the comments from US officials. While for Iran, if it accepts this sort of an understanding of the US, that would be akin to throwing Hezbollah under the bus in this critical movement, when actually Hezbollah proved to be its only ally which stepped in against Israel. So, yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of differences with regards to what actually entails a ceasefire for these 2 weeks.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has urged all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire. How concerned are mediators that Israel's actions could undermine this fragile truce between the US and Iran that Pakistan have worked so hard to mediate?
Definitely. From a Pakistani perspective, they want this ceasefire to hold. They want an atmosphere in the region where US and Iran's negotiations can proceed in Islamabad, and where both sides can actually build upon this engagement in the backdrop of a regional calm. But I guess that these ceasefire violations, particularly from the Israeli side in the Lebanon theater, from a Pakistani understanding, it basically torpedoes, is considered as an attempt to torpedo the ceasefire and to this arrangement, which Pakistan and its leadership has very tirelessly, you can say, achieved by convincing the Iranians and also by getting on board the US. So I think that they will try their good offices now with the US president. We know that the Pakistani military chief and President Donald Trump, they have a direct line. And I think that he will try to convince President Donald Trump to ask the Israelis to hold back on this and to give these negotiations a chance. Because actually right now, the negotiations have not started. So, okay, once the two parties sit together and there is an understanding that there are significant differences that cannot be abridged, then perhaps the stakeholders can take a different route. But for now, I think that the focus will be keep the environment calm, keep all theaters calm, and let's focus and let's try to move towards the negotiations phase. And these Israeli actions, and of course the Iranian actions, they kind of are a nuisance for going towards this next phase.
Karim, thank you so much. Wish we had more time with you. Once again, appreciate your time with me. Watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to this special interview on Arabiya English. I'm Duha Zuhairi and I am joined by the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Kaya Kallas, welcome to our studios in Riyadh. To start, what is the objective of this visit to Saudi Arabia and the region during such a sensitive time?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it is important to be here as this is really the center of this war that is going on. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been also attacked by Iran, so we are discussing how we can, de-escalate, how we can bring peace and stability to the region, and what the European Union can do. Where is the cooperation point?
What is the European Union capable of doing? But first, I want to ask about the ceasefire announced just hours ago. Did the EU play any role in reaching this agreement? And if it collapses, does the European Union have a contingency plan?
Well, we have been in close contact with our regional partners, and just this morning I spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, who has been also mediating this ceasefire. I think it's very important that we have ceasefire and the parties actually sit down and negotiate. And of course, we are trying to help as much as possible. At the same time, we are also looking at how we can increase our defense spending and how we can actually cooperate in this regard, because we have in Ukraine a lot of knowledge regarding the drone interceptors. This is a new type of warfare and we need to be prepared.
We are now in the second month of this war. To what extent has this conflict shown that Europe's approach toward Iran was not appropriate at this time? And how much has it revealed Iran's true intentions and level of aggression towards its neighbors, while Europe remained neutral?
Well, no, I don't agree with you at all, because we haven't been appeasing Iran. Actually, the opposite. We have been putting a lot of sanctions on Iran because these are the tools that we have in our hands. We have also designated the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. We have done a lot on our side. Of course, we also were part of the JCPOA previously. But I think, you know, in order to have any kind of agreement, we need to also address the issues that we have been raising all the time, not only the nuclear issue, but also the ballistic missile issue, the issue of them supporting Russia in Ukraine war, and also their hybrid and cyber attacks against European countries and the detention of European citizens. So it is much more than the nuclear issue, and we have been always really pointing at this.
Sanctions are in place and continue to expand, but hasn't this war raised serious questions about their effectiveness in changing Iran's behavior?
Well, it's not entirely true, actually. If you look at the protests that were in Iran, they were because of the economic hardship that Iran is going through. So actually also, you know, coming from within the society, not being happy with the regime. The regime changes always happen when the people are not happy. It's never happening from the outside. Of course, we have to do everything that Iran would not pose a threat to its neighbors anymore, and I think this point of negotiations is a good starting point.
Iran remains a serious threat to the region, and we saw that just last night, even 1 hour after the ceasefire was announced, the region was targeted. Why do you still have confidence in sanctions?
Well, this is clear that we have, you know, threats here. Iran is posing a threat here. Russia is posing a threat in Europe. And these are very much interlinked. We see them also cooperating when it comes to, you know, sharing intelligence, but also sharing information on the drones, how to best attack the neighboring countries. So that's why it's very important that we actually cooperate and you know, stand up to these actors together.
Even with the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization, isn't that largely symbolic, with no effectiveness, no impact on the situation at all?
No, it's not true. I mean, if we look at the European Union, we have the tools in our hands which are economic tools. That's why, you know, we are also using the tools that we are as economic power. If all the neighboring countries here would also have the same sanctions on Iran, then, you know, it would be a different approach, because then it would have a different effect. It's clear that some of the neighboring countries are also helping Iran to circumvent the sanctions, and now you're also paying the price.
You are one of the most affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What did you do when Iran shut it down? And what will you do now so Iran doesn't impose fees or pressure? You know that any agreement with Iran will require you to provide concessions from your end. What are these concessions that you're willing to pay?
Well, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, the ones who are most affected are the Asians. I mean, 85% of the LNG that goes via the Strait of Hormuz goes to Asia, so they are extremely worried. Where European share is not that big, but it's clear that you know, the food, the fertilizers that also go to Africa via the Strait of Hormuz will have an impact also on Europe. So we are very much interconnected, and that's why we have been always advocating saying that there has to be a freedom of navigation. Strait of Hormuz has to be open because it is also necessary for the global stability. What we have done and what we have Operation Aspides and Atalanta in the region. And they are now, I mean, Aspides is guarding the Red Sea trade route for the Houthi attacks. Of course, we can also discuss to strengthen this operation. And the question has been also that we can be the ones who are, escorting the ships after the cessation of hostilities. And that is also what has been asked from us.
When you talk about what you plan to do on behalf of the European Union, is the EU even unified in its decisions? Do you share the same goals and the same red lines, or does Operation Aspides, for example, reflect a lack of collective will? You said there is no appetite to change or expand the Aspides operation. Then you move towards a coalition. Isn't that further evidence of divisions within the EU?
No, I mean, regarding Operation Aspides, the question was on the table whether we are extending the mandate also to the Strait of Hormuz right now when the war is going on. And the member states did not want to do that. And at the same time, it's clear that even if there is cessation of hostilities, then this freedom of navigation needs to be guarded anyhow. So, like I said, the Red Sea, but also from the south of Muscat line, where the mandate is. But of course, we are willing to also look into what more can we do in this regard. The coalitions of the willing, they can be also really additional to the operations that we already have. So I don't see the conflict there. I rather see that if it is easier and faster to move with the coalition of the willing, okay, fine, let's start with that, but then we can build on that also the operations that we already have.
You said Trump doesn't like the European Union and wants to see Europe divided. But isn't Europe already divided?
Well, it's clear that we are 27 democracies, and 27 democracies have 27 different domestic opinions. And that's why in democracy it takes time, the discussions. But we have come to decisions. It is clear that our adversaries will like to see us divided. And why? Because then we are weaker. If we are united, we are strong. But of course, it is never easy. I don't deny that.
I want to wrap up with the Gulf. You said during the Gulf Cooperation Council European Union meeting on March 5th that Gulf security is a pillar of global stability, as also stated in the meeting's official statement. But why does Europe, at this moment of testing, not seem to be rising to the level of the threat at hand?
Well, we clearly have our own worries in Europe. If you look at Russia's war against Ukraine, that has been going on for 4 years already. But when we had the meeting with the Gulf countries, I think we have been there for the Gulf countries in this war. I mean, we have different member states who are providing air defense. We have Ukraine that has provided the knowledge of drone interceptors to really take down the drones. So there is a lot of cooperation points, and I really feel that we can be there for there together for each other so that we have stability in both of our regions.
EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaya Kallas, thank you for joining Al Arabiya English.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovery in production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, you know, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, you know, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Extra production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandab Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandab.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandab as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high-quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC's spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the East-West Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the East-West pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the U.S. government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the consumer, oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest with our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. For weeks, President Trump has been talking up how desperately Iran wants to make a deal.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
We'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. They want to make a deal.
I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation.
But the president's sweary weekend social media post makes those comments a little harder to believe. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. There will be nothing like it, he said. Trump's expletive-heavy and grammatically questionable Truth Social post could be interpreted as an act of desperation. Iran says the US is publicly promoting war crimes. Trump's latest angry outburst also suggests that perhaps the administration has abandoned its plan to rally a naval coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. America's Western allies didn't eagerly heed the call to arms, and its Gulf partners continue to bear the brunt of a war they actively tried to avoid. Coming up, we'll debate, will Trump's latest threat force a deal or simply prolong regional instability? Would US strikes on Iran's civilian infrastructure be a war crime? And are we witnessing a real-time recalibration of global alliances? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Sayed Hussein Mousavian, a former Iranian diplomat who served as a senior nuclear negotiator. David Satterfield is joining us, a former US diplomat who has served as a special envoy for Gaza and also an ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Professor Badr Al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University and an Associate Fellow at Chatham House. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here. Well, by now, the world is no stranger to President Trump's provocative use of social media. But even by his standards, the president's weekend post, laden with swear words and threatening to blow up Iranian bridges and power plants, surprised many, especially when the administration has been talking up the prospects of a ceasefire deal. And let's not forget, it does come hot on the heels of his threat to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. President Trump's supporters say it's all part of his peace through strength strategy. His critics say it goes too far. Mr. Satterfield, let's start with you. The president's latest threats focus on civilian infrastructure. Will the US follow through on that threat, do you think? And if it did, would it be a war crime?
There's no way to tell, given the frequency and contradictory character of the president's social media comments, whether the deadline for tomorrow night, Tuesday evening, is real or not, or in fact, if a deadline is passed, what actions he will take. I will say this. Targeting is not a strategy. You require a strategy first in which targeting specific kinetic actions along with diplomatic actions enable the achievement of your goals. There is no doubt, I think it's clear to the world, the president is deeply frustrated and angry at the inability to move beyond the diminution of the missile program and the nuclear enrichment program into reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But all of this should have been contemplated before the campaign was begun. The issue here is not whether a particular U.S. or Israeli action is a, quote, war crime, close quote, or not, but rather, where does this take the region? Where does all of this take the world? Iran retains the ability to inflict pain horizontally on the Gulf as well as on Israel, and through them on the global community. How does this come to a close? That's the strategic question.
Okay. Mr. Mousavian, what do you make of that? Is it, regardless of whether it's a war crime or not, is it only important depending on where it takes this conflict? How do you assess it?
I agree with Ambassador. I think the most important issue is for President Trump to invest more on diplomacy rather than war, threatening and very contradictory positions.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Do you think he's investing more time in the threats than he is in negotiations? Or is that just what he wants the public to think?
No, look to what really has happened. I mean, we are engaged practically in a cycle of negotiation, ceasefire, war. In 2025, we had negotiations. Oman foreign minister publicly said there was significant progress. We were very close to a deal, within reaching a deal, but the U.S., Israel, they decided to attack Iran. And then President Trump asked for a ceasefire. Iran accepted ceasefire. Again, engaged in negotiation. Again, there was significant progress. Again, the deal was within reach. And again, the U.S. attacked. Therefore, if there is going to be a successful diplomacy, we need to end the cycle of negotiation, war, and ceasefire. We need a real end to this situation, ending the war. And I believe this is possible.
Okay. Professor Al-Saif, what do you make of those two positions?
President Trump chose of all days to share inflammatory messages on Easter, which speaks to the kind of regard he has to those events and to the raising the praise to Allah reference, which quite frankly doesn't, make any sense or contribute to the discussion. It only confuses and contradicts even further. And I think the problem has been about the terms of reference that we're using by all parties to the conflict. What victory entails when it comes to the Iranians versus the Israelis versus the Americans, what a negotiation entails for all these different parties. And the definitions abound, Melinda, and that's been the problem. And I think we do not need to agree on what a definition is, but we need to understand where each party stands and how they view the other side's definition so that we can move forward. Now, in light of all the chaos and the controversy that we're getting and the moving deadline, really, I mean, the deadline was today, and today we're filming on Monday, and now it has shifted to Tuesday, and we've yet to see how that acts out. But I think we're also seeing a parallel track when it comes to diplomacy. We've seen an exchange of letters through the Pakistani mediator. We've seen demands being thrown out by all sides. So even if this is very young, very nascent, I think this is something that we need to build on. And it speaks to addressing the core issues. Again, as Ambassador Satterfield said, there is no clear strategy. If it was all about nuclear weapons, we can assess that this has been sorted with the past 5 weeks, and even prior to that with the negotiations in place. And now we're hostage to a different set of issues, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which we would have hoped that those that planned the war in the U.S. would have laid out all these different options in place when drafting a strategy. I think where they went foul is believing in the Israeli objective, which wants to sow chaos and discord in the region with no clear end game. And that's what we need to focus on, a clear end game that every party to the conflict agrees to. And not only parties to the conflict, Melinda, and I'll end on this note, we live in a shared neighborhood. The Gulf states need to come in. Other regional powers like Turkey and Pakistan need to come in. We need to come to terms with one another, and we need to have a clear resolution to the conflict once and for all.
Ambassador, what do you make of that point the Professor has just raised there, that Iran wants to sow discord in the region with no real end game?
I believe in attributing that to Israel, yes. Look, there is a distinct difference between what we can assess are the U.S. goals here and what the Israelis may wish to see at the end. The U.S., the president, don't wish to see what we would describe as fitna wa falda in Iran, dissolution of the state, fragmentation, and chaos. That would be a breeding ground not just for violence, but projection of threat out of Iran of a different character than the missiles and the nuclear program have done. That's not good for the region. It's not good for the global community. I think Israel, the government, would be perfectly satisfied with a fragmented Iran to diminish the threat of a coherent Iranian state to Israel. There's a difference here. But the real question is, again, what happens with respect to a negotiating process or a kinetic military process with regard to the Strait of Hormuz? And the reality on the ground has been Iran's continued ability to project risk and pain to its neighbors. Kuwait has just suffered from this in the last 24 hours with additional strikes. So have other states in the Gulf. How does this come to a close and allow the Strait as an international, not a national Iranian, waterway to be restored to its previous passage regime? That's getting more and more difficult by the day.
What do you make about that, Mr. Mousavian? Because I wonder if we have America and Israel with perhaps not conflicting, but with differing goals or ideas of what the end game is, does that make it that much harder to get a resolution here, whether it's opening the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's getting a ceasefire or a long-term solution?
As you heard from many American politicians, senators, Congress members, they are all saying this war is not and was not American war, it was Israeli war. I mean, many people, they say worldwide. Second, I believe Israeli strategy is very clearly transparent, said by Prime Minister Netanyahu. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel. I mean, and then we have American ambassador in Jerusalem saying that, yes, Israel has right to occupy or get the other Middle Eastern countries. I mean, therefore, we understand what is going on the Israeli side or the hawkish American side. About American strategy, of course, we had different strategy during President Obama, during President Biden. Now we have a very, very different strategy during President Trump. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the crisis, Trump said nuclear. But the nuclear deal was really within reach. There was no problem to have a nuclear deal. Today, there is no problem to have a nuclear deal. But just some days after the war, you heard the director of energy in White House. He came to Fox News and he said the goal of attack was controlling Iranian oil reserves. Then we had the statement made by Secretary of Energy of the United States. He said that the U.S. is looking for Gori Island, the hub of Iranian oil export, to be asset of United States. This is exactly what he said, asset of United States. And then we had Senator Graham saying, yes, the aim is regime change. And then after regime change, we will have Gori Island, we would have Iranian oil, we would have tons of money. Mm-hmm. That's why we really don't know exactly. I am convinced with what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. They are following greater Israeli strategy. And now President Trump's officials, administrations, they have said oil, controlling Iranian oil, Gori Island, regime change. If this is the case, I'm afraid we are going to have endless war. But if the U.S. is to find a sustainable, mutually acceptable, mutually face-saving for Iran and the Gulf countries, for Iran and the U.S., I believe we should think about a deal on nuclear, a deal between Iran and GCC, all 8 countries around Persian Gulf, for permanent peace, security, stability in the Persian Gulf, and a comprehensive deal between Iran and the U.S. to end 47 years of hostilities. And I believe there is a solution for all 3.
If I could add,
please.
There are many comments, and you've quoted some of them, that have been made over the course of the last 5 weeks. Some of them can be taken seriously as a genuine indicator of strategy on the U.S. part. I can't speak for Israeli interlocutors. Others of those should be seen as what they are, a pure rhetoric, just as death to Israel, death to the United States, as the continuing chant from the Iranian government. We can reflect on those comments as well. The fact is, though, that can a continued military campaign, should its shift to civilian infrastructure, generate anything other than a further escalation against Iran's neighbors, the countries in the Gulf, as well as further targeting of Israel? That is what has happened in the past. There are very few examples with a regime such as Iran's, which is a security regime, cheerfully able to massacre its own people to stay in power. It would undoubtedly murder its citizens again if it felt it necessary. Why is it believed that attacking civil infrastructure would bring about an existential policy change on the Iranian government, which has the grip on the strait, as well as the risk it can impose on its neighbors, firmly in its hands?
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Mousavian? Or Professor, do you want to jump in on that? I mean, are we looking here at an escalation, or is this rhetoric?
Let's take it at face value.
Okay, go ahead, Professor. You go ahead.
Sorry, Ambassador. Let's take this at face value. Even if this were to become an escalation, I agree with the assessment that we just heard. Hitting civilian infrastructure will not change the calculus of the regime in Iran, and it will only cause reactions and damage in this part of the Gulf where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in Kuwait City today. We've sustained in the last 24 hours 62 distinct attacks from Iran and its militias in Iraq as well. And that does not bode well for neighborly relations. And I would add to the list of Ambassador Mousavian concerning the issues that should be on the table. I mean, to begin with, the Strait of Hormuz shouldn't have been an issue. And if seeing it from the Iranian side, they're latching on into any tool that can bring and exert pressure on the neighborhood and the global economies, and that's what they're doing. But that sets a very bad precedent, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, and we've seen that precedent, unfortunately, next door in Bab al-Mandab with the Houthis in Yemen, but that could also open, different possibilities across different waterways. Freedom of navigation should be respected, period. And no one should be held hostage when it comes to their economic lifelines, whether it is within the Gulf region or those other countries that are reliant on the resources that are coming out from the Gulf. So that shouldn't be an issue. And that should be laid on the table. And the Gulf states have been working very diligently at the UN level to come out with a security resolution that deals with that issue to avoid it becoming a precedent within the Hormuz Strait. Now, if you look at other issues concerning the nuclear, I agree with the ambassador. That needs to be clearly settled. And we need to have safeguards on civil nuclear power plants. And that's what they had in Iran in the Bushehr nuclear reactor, where there were Russian scientists. It was under the supervision of the IAEA. And I mention it today because those scientists have evacuated. There has been bombings very close to that site. And Bushehr, just to give you a small example of how interconnected we are, whether we like it or not, Bushehr is closer to Kuwait City than it is to Tehran. So any radiation leaks will impact communities beyond Iran. And that's why we need to have that bird's eye view when looking at these developments. And speaking of nuclear, we should not ignore the nuclear state status that Israel has. That has to come into the conversation as well, because we've been aiming for a free area of weapons of mass destruction, a WMD free area. So that conversation should include not only Iran, but also Israel and any other country that wants to go into that track. Also, we've been sustaining, unfortunately, over 5 weeks of attacks from Iran because of their conflated view of us being satellite states to the Americans using our air bases. We can go into that conversation. It's been exhausted for weeks, but I don't want to go there. But what I want to say is we look at attacks in a very expansive manner. When there is continuous interference in our internal affairs, when we uncover sleeper cells, when we see militias operating in our spaces to undermine our sovereignty, that doesn't bode well. And that's the lesson that Iran hopefully picks up in the day after, because we are now looking at closing this war, but we need to also permanently come to an agreement amongst us, the 8 countries in the Gulf and beyond, on how we want to work with one another. And trying to meddle into each other's affairs is not a good recipe for that.
Ambassador Mousavian, do you want to respond? And then I'll move us on to our next section.
We need to have a distinction. I would say 80% of Iranians, they are not satisfied with the governing system in Iran. Economic situation, poverty, corruption, too many issues. But when Iran is attacked, Iranians, they would be united to defend their countries. Therefore, we need to understand this is 2 different issues. This is number 1. Number 2, Iran was attacked. War was not Iranian choice. The US and Israelis, they decided this was US choice. 3, on nuclear, once we had a nuclear deal, was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, fully intact. Iran was in full compliance. And there was no issue about the nature of Iranian nuclear program. IAEA was in full supervision, full control, and suddenly President Trump withdrew and killed the deal. We need to understand where is the source of the problem.
And where do you think that is?
No, first of all, it was the U.S. deciding to kill the deal and to impose the maximum sanctions pressures when Iran was in full compliance with the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, which practically initiated by President Obama. The second, Iran was in diplomacy track, gave whatever Witkoff wanted, because in 2025, Witkoff, Trump, they came and publicly, they said the criteria is transparency. Mm-hmm. And Iran gave everything they wanted on transparency issue. The moment they agreed on all the transparency issues, the U.S. attacked. Mm-hmm. And the third time, they wanted more. Iran accepted zero stockpile. Zero stockpile, this was something Iran never accepted. Iran accepted 5 years of suspension of enrichment. Iran even accepted to give every access to the IAEA for full supervision. Therefore, the U.S. again left the negotiation table and attacked. Mm-hmm. And now, after the war, as of now, we have 30,000 Iranians either killed or injured by U.S. and Israel. 30,000 Iranians.
Indeed.
We have over 100,000 residential homes destroyed. We have about 200 historical monuments damaged or destroyed. I mean, schools, hospitals, right. Only one incident, 170 girls, 6-7 years, they were killed. Therefore, the killing of innocent civilians started by Israel and the U.S.
It does put it puts it in a difficult negotiating position. I'm just going to interrupt you there. I apologise. I'm going to move us on because we are restricted on time, and we do have a couple of topics that we still need to get through. So I'm just going to move us on to looking at how this negotiation could play out, because despite many countries across the broader region actively working as mediators, there's been almost zero progress that we can see for a diplomatic end to the conflict. Iran has rejected a US ceasefire proposal and instead sent back 10 clauses of its own. They include a permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire, an end to regional conflicts, the lifting of sanctions and a commitment to reconstruction. US negotiators are demanding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear and ballistic programs. In his latest press conference, President Trump has just acknowledged that it was a significant proposal from Iran, but he said it wasn't good enough. Ambassador Satterfield, are we seeing both sides being too maximalist here? I mean, they say that conflict is never really won or lost or resolved on the battlefield. It's at the negotiating table. Who needs to compromise here?
Well, I think you're seeing two different phenomena, each reinforcing the other. The president is frustrated, angry that assumptions made at the initiation of this campaign, and by the way, the decision to launch this war was not Israel's. It was made by the President of the United States. Israeli views certainly contributed to this, but so did his own impulses and desire to follow up on what he undoubtedly viewed as the quick successes of last June's campaign, the 3-hour strike campaign, which ended the conflict for the moment, and then the Maduro extraction from Venezuela. This is a very different situation indeed and could have been predicted. The president is frustrated. The Iranian position is that they're winning. They're in a position of strength, whatever the civilian casualties may be. whatever the infrastructure losses may be, or whatever the loss of revenue now and in the future, should there be further action undertaken with respect to Iranian hydrocarbon facilities, they will endure it. And in an asymmetrical war, survival means winning. The other side must win absolutely, or it loses. Are the Iranian demands maximalist? Yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. They're unacceptable, not just from a U.S. standpoint, but from an international law standpoint. The Strait of Hormuz does not belong to either Iran or Oman. It is an international passage. But the Iranians feel emboldened that they are surviving this at a cost, but surviving, and the president is frustrated because the regime will not bend to this will. But further escalation, specifically against infrastructure, is on a historical basis most unlikely to produce the resolutions sought here.
Professor El-Saif, what do you think? I mean, President Trump said when this whole conflict started, 4 to 6 weeks, that's all we need. It's going to be precise. It's going to be overwhelming. Well, we're into week 6 now. Do you think we are at an inflection point? Is this escalation or an end? And which way do you think the coin is flipping?
Look, it's easy to start a war, but it's hard to end it because of the specific nature of this war being the asymmetric warfare that was referred to earlier. And you need to keep in mind various factors. The two sides are maximalists, but that's what you do in negotiations. And I think the two sides know that they're doing that, and each is presenting his own options, but that's what the mediators are there for. And that's where we need to come up with something that's more creative to find an off-ramp for both sides. The notion of the regime disappearing out of Iran is certainly not going to happen at this stage. And as Ambassador Mousavian mentioned, there is disgruntling within Iran, over 80%, according to him. And you'll see things happening post-war. And that's where we need to focus on getting something through. The Strait of Hormuz, again, is an international waterway. It should not even be part of the discussion. And it shouldn't be allowed to be used as a toll box for people to punch in their money and to come through. This is where we're not going to go back to the 18th, 17th century piracy that you see in international waters. We've gone way beyond this. And I think the American side has something to offer concerning the frozen assets. Probably they may not get reparations in that technical sense. And speaking of which, I mean, even the Gulf states would require reparations for all the damage that we've been caused across our facilities in the past 5 weeks as well. And the same goes with the other countries that were impacted. So I think there are ways and tools that you can trim and shape expectations as we move along. But to go into further bombings is going into uncharted territory, and it's not going to serve anyone in this conflict.
Ambassador Mousavian, what do you think? Is this a case of both sides making maximalist demands, but Iran being maximalist, all they need to do is survive? The US needs to win.
Iranian reaction about Hormuz happened after the Second War. Hormuz was open, no problem, for 47 years after revolution. And since Iranians, they really felt this is existential war for them, then they have decided to go to expanding the conflict. However, if there is going to be a sustainable deal, first of all, the most important issue between Iran and the US is neither nuclear or human rights or democracy and so. It's about the regional issues. Iran and the US, they should agree on one major principle, that both they respect the other side regional interest to end regional conflicts as a principle. Second is about Iran and GCC. We have 47 years of difficult situations. And the best solution is to have a new security and cooperation structure in the Persian Gulf, where 8 countries, they would cooperate, maintaining the security, stability of the Persian Gulf, nuclear weapon-free zone in the Persian Gulf, arms control arrangement, either nuclear or WMD free zone in the Persian Gulf, conventional arms arrangement in the Persian Gulf, security of maritime, and even Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, legally, internationally, is in the water territory of Iran and Oman. I mean, although this is international waterway, but legally, internationally, it is in water territory of Iran and Oman. In 1974, Iran and Oman signed agreement that any arrangement should be agreed between Iran and Oman. This is during Shah. This is 1974. That's why Iran and Oman has started. Nevertheless, I personally believe that this should be seen, any arrangement within the regional cooperation system, which I am talking, in the Persian Gulf, because this is part of Persian Gulf.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause you there for a moment. Ambassador Satterfield, what do you make of that?
Let me go back to the fundamental point. The ambassador said there needs to be an agreement on Iran's position, its policies in the region. Well, we could not agree more strongly on that point. It is Iran's continued support for the most radical groups engaged in terrorizing on behalf of Iranian hegemonistic, to use their phrase, arrogance in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, that are a critical part of all we are discussing today. Iran needs to decide. Does it wish to be a movement or a nation? Right now, the regime bases its own legitimacy upon the support for the most radical groups interfering with the sovereignty of their neighbors. Hezbollah in Lebanon could not be clearer in the events over the past 2 weeks, acts as an arm of Iran, not as a Lebanese political entity. This has to come to an end. Is that easy to do? No, it's not. But let's be very clear here. The Iranian record in the region is a horrific one over the course of the last years since the 79 revolution. It is why the region fears Iran's hegemonistic bent. It is why the current escalation is as damaging as it is. Iran was a potential threat to the region, to the Gulf before. Now it is a realized, actual threat. And again, we come back to the Strait. It has shown that despite all that has been done militarily to Iran, it retains the ability to keep the Strait closed. This situation has to come to an end.
There could be some in the region, though, Ambassador Satterfield, who could argue that same point about the US and Israel.
I think, to be realistic, the number of people in the region right now who see Iran and its proxies as the primary threat exceed those by far that see that threat coming from Israel. That part of the world, or the world's policy, has made a radical change over the course of the past decade.
Ambassador, every poll shows 80% of Muslims in the region, in Muslim countries, they see the United States and Israel as the first threat. Every polls by Arab countries, not Iranians. First.
Explain that to people in Lebanon or Kuwait.
I need you to take you back a little bit to history. When in 1980 Iran was invaded by Saddam. That time, there was no access of resistance. Iran didn't have any missile. Iran didn't have any nuclear program. No nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance. Saddam invaded. US supported invasion of Iran. Arab countries, they supported invasion of Iran. Europe supported. Soviet Union supported. US, Europe provided material technology for Saddam to use weapons of mass destruction, killing 100,000 Iranians. It was in a time which there was no nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance, Ambassador.
No,
this was the foundation. This was, Ambassador, the foundation of broad hostilities in the region.
Okay.
Otherwise,
all right, Ambassador Satterfield, your response, and then Professor, I'm going to come to you.
There were some other small events that took place during that time. There was, for example, the seizure of the American embassy and the keeping as hostages of Americans for the 400-plus days that endured. There was the constant rhetoric of hate and vile coming out of the Iranian revolutionary regime directed at the U.S. and Israel, and quite frankly, the threats projected to the Gulf. I do not defend for one moment the Iraqi invasion of Iran. That was a horrific, horrific combat, and innocents died on both sides. For a dictatorship in Iraq against a dictatorship, that's what it is, and remains, in Iran. But let's not forget Iran's hostility, the xenophobia that was projected from the moment of the revolution's triumph, really has not abated. Now, that doesn't mean you can't negotiate. It doesn't mean you can't come to agreements. You can. But you have to be very much aware of the backdrop on all sides here.
Professor, you wanted to jump in there before. What's your take?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't be a useful exercise to rank who's more threatening to the region, Iran or Israel, because both have exhibited disturbing tendencies to the countries in the region. And it depends on at what era and decade that you can, reference who comes before the other. And concerning Iran's hegemonic tendencies, those go prior to the revolution as well. I mean, we've seen the occupation of the islands from the UAE. We've seen the claims on Bahrain as well upon Bahrain's independence. And this was even before the Islamic Revolution. So there is a pattern there that needs to look inwards and try to modify itself if the regional exercise, which I also believe in, by the way, the regional way of operating with one another, but we need to come to terms with one another on the basis of how we see each other. And that's not there. I mean, we abide by the rules-based international order from the Gulf states. And that's how we try to perform matters forward. Now, if you want to build something that involves all the countries, you need to also respect the sovereignty of these states. And that will come with different defense partnerships. And we've seen the same thing from the Iranian side. They also have their own defense partnerships. So to try to clothe a regional formula, which is needed, but with the tools of intervening in other countries' decisions and choices, is not going to bode well. And that's been the source of action. And obviously, the non-ending interference. We've uncovered 3 Hezbollah sleeper cells in the last 2 weeks in Kuwait alone. And there is a whole history that I can trace to different countries with that behavior. We haven't reciprocated in that way when it comes to meddling into Iranian affairs, because that's not our interests. We're building healthy, viable nations that need to survive in a global sense. That's what we aspire to. That's our compass. We don't need to dwell in the past, and we don't need to be pretty focused on interfering in other countries' affairs to score points in that sense. And also to the point of meddling that was mentioned. The regime in Iran has been built on anti-Americanism. So to them, also trying to have a deal with the Americans could be ironic, because something like the JCPOA, which was hailed as a success by Ambassador Mousavian, we've had issues with it in the Gulf. I mean, again, as you said in your own notion, we're sharing the region, the neighborhood. No one has consulted the Gulf states in it. Yet we bear the consequences. And that's why any future negotiation or deal has to include all the relevant parties to ensure that there is a continuation of that deal without any disruptions moving forward.
Okay, your response there, Ambassador Mousavian.
I agree with Ambassador and Professor, the fact that both parties, they have their own grievances. And in order to have a real peace, we have to respect and understand the other side grievances. I never agreed with seizing the American embassy. I never supported death to America. I never agreed about the slogan like export of revolution. In my book, Iran and the US, I have detailed every grievances on the Western side against Iran and every Iranian grievances against the West. In my book about Iran and the Persian Gulf, whatever professor and ambassador said, you would see in my book much, much, much more about the grievances from GCC. Because that's why it was very difficult to publish it in Iran. However, if you're going to have a deal, this Persian Gulf should be controlled by a regional cooperation system. I mean, all countries around the Persian Gulf should join to have a task force, military, security, to maintain the security of the Persian Gulf collectively.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm just going to put that to Professor Al-Saif, just because I know I've got an eye on the clock here. What do you make of that as a suggestion, given that a lot of GCC countries will have felt that their détente with Iran hasn't really served them well when they've been at the front line of a conflict that they actively tried to avoid?
Look, the devil is in the details, and any attempt to rework the security architecture around the Arabian Gulf needs to be studied carefully. The GCC offered in 2024 a vision for regional security, and we haven't seen any reaction from Iran on that. And prior to that, they offered the Hormuz Initiative, which was Iran-centric as well. We need to come to terms with one another, and certainly what has happened in the last 5 weeks has shattered a lot of hope in building the relationship with Iran, and we need to work even harder to reassemble some of that, because it's no secret that the Gulf states have worked very hard to avoid this war, yet they were rewarded with daily attacks on their civilian infrastructures in the past 5 weeks, because it's probably easier targets for Iran, or it's premeditated, and that's an issue. They need to focus on who their main culprit is, and it's Iran, it's Israel and the US. It's not the Gulf states. And
no,
I like the forward thinking for the ambassador.
President Trump during past 5 days has said 5 times that 5 countries in the Persian Gulf, they have been partner and cooperating with Israel and the US in war against Iran. And never any of those 5 countries in GCC have denied what President Trump said. He publicly said Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman have been partner of Israel and US attacking Iran. And never has been denied.
Ambassador, you're using the words of a US president that we started this whole episode by mocking his tweets and inflammatory statements. It's not a voice to be trusted. You know that better than me. And we are engaged in defense.
Why you did not deny?
Well, and officially, through official channels, though, none of those countries have, continue to say that they are in a defensive posture, not an offensive posture. So we just need to...
We're defending ourselves, and the US and other countries from different parts of the world are helping us defend ourselves, and that's where they have been coming in handy. And had it not been for those defense partnerships, those decades-long partnerships, we wouldn't be able to withstand this aggression that's coming from Iran. So there is something to that, but I advise you to listen
Iran
carefully.
Invaded, and the US used all bases in your countries attacking Iran, Professor. Why you do not accept the reality? The US attacked Iran from all bases in 5 countries.
Look, there has been a lot of media reporting on this issue, and I went through it. All the photos that have been used, or images or references, don't have any very specific recourse to it. We are more sane to not allow this to happen, because we know we would be engulfed. And that's why you have an armada out there in the Arab Sea trying to do that on their own. It doesn't help us to be part of the belligerent camp, because we also see the day after this war. And Iran is not going to go anywhere. we need to deal with it. So it's not a position that the Gulf states are supporting for sure.
Geography is destiny, and it is going to have to be something, as you all say, that in the future is going to need to be worked out. But what that future looks like seems uncertain. We're out of time, so unfortunately, gentlemen, we will have to leave it there. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and one-time senior nuclear negotiator, and Professor Badr al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you for being on Counterpoints. And we had to, our former guest had to leave. He had another commitment, but we also thank former Ambassador David Satterfield, US Ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey, for his contribution. To all of you, thanks for your input here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests, in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime, and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So
people think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous Door of No Return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of 2 types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. A Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge, and as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there, and he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation, and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grand. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A 2-week temporary ceasefire between the US and Iran is announced, but President Trump rejects Iran's bid to allow uranium enrichment. Meanwhile, Israel launches the biggest waves of strikes on Lebanon since the war began, as Tehran threatens to withdraw from the truce if attacks on Lebanon continue. And the British Prime Minister arrives in the Gulf for talks with regional leaders in a bid to permanently reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has rejected one of Iran's key points put forward from the ceasefire agreement, hours after announcing a 2-week temporary pause in fighting. Taking to Truth Social earlier, Trump said the US would work closely with Iran, but there would be no enrichment of uranium. However, the US president does agree with some of Iran's other points, which include reliefs on tariffs and sanctions. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters Iran begged for a ceasefire. Take a listen.
President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President Truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined via Zoom by broadcaster John O'Hayes and also correspondent Sarah Firth. Sarah, I'm going to start with you because today has been one of those days where the news lines have not stopped. Throughout the day, we've had a number of different developments on the ceasefire talks. What can you tell us, and where are the parties right now, Iran and the US?
Yes, Leigh Ann, well, it might have been a sort of short-lived sigh of relief around the world at the announcement of that ceasefire. Look, right from the get-go, we heard last night that it was just in the 11th hour before that 8 p.m. Eastern deadline that President Trump announced that there would be this ceasefire. But from the start, it's been very unclear. We haven't seen a clear, agreed upon by both sides draft proposal of what is actually being put forward as this ceasefire plan. And so what we've seen emerge today is a difference of narratives on both sides. You've had a disagreement over whether these 10 points that Iran had put forward, which included some issues that the White House has hit back today, saying would be completely unacceptable. President Trump and the White House and his administration today pointing to the fact that it is the US proposal that is the one on which has been agreed. Now, I just want to talk you through some of what the White House has said, because we've just heard from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. She gave a briefing in the White House. She insisted that the Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan, she said, that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. She said the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. Now, she went on to claim, as we said, that the president has said there's a 15-point proposal that the US has agreed to. But even on that, Leigh Ann, the issue of Lebanon has come front and center, because Pakistan, who is the broker here, they initially announced that Lebanon would be part of the ceasefire deal. And what we've seen happening today is very, very heavy strikes by Israel on Lebanon, and then backtracking from many of the key players. So the US saying that President Trump calling it a separate skirmish, and saying that it wasn't part of the current ceasefire deal. So, you know, a lot of breaking news coming out. Caroline Leavitt, for her part, she defended the president's what she called tough rhetoric, tough negotiating style. She said that that is the whole reason we are where we are. We can't disagree with that.
And Jono, let's talk a little bit more about the ceasefire that has come into play, because many of the neighbouring countries in the Gulf have had to intercept missiles from Iran today. We're talking about the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain. Things don't seem to have slowed down. And of course, we know Pakistan has been instrumental in mediating these peace talks. However, what makes Islamabad an influential player? And does the country have the power to ensure that the US and Iran stick to the ceasefire agreement that, as Sarah said, was agreed at the 11th hour?
So let's talk about that first of all, Leigh Ann, Pakistan and their influence in all of this, and we'll get onto the ceasefire, so to speak, in a few minutes. But that's down to geography, relationships, timing. There's a few factors at play here. Of course, Iran and Pakistan share a 900-kilometre border. They've had that long-standing political, but also the military ties as well. But, and this is crucial, it's still functioning in terms of a line directly into Washington. So it's one of the very few countries that actually is able to, at a time like this, talk to both sides. Direct communication has been off the table since the very, very start of this conflict. So they are the intermediary who's able to be able to go between both. So they've been that back channel, so to speak, for weeks and weeks. And there's a very small circle, allegedly, that's handling the negotiations. So it is a very sensitive issue. We've known that since the get-go. And now they're hosting these formal talks in Islamabad for this weekend. So that's a big diplomatic upgrade. That's a big change. They've now gone from what they were as somewhat of a messenger. You know, I'll take it back. You let me know what you want to say and I'll take it back to them, and vice versa. Now they're the mediators. So now they're a bit of a player in this game. Power-wise, I guess Pakistan don't really control the players here. They're facilitating. They're putting pressure on diplomatically, and they're making sure the talks are going ahead. But they're not going to be the ones who enforce any sort of compliance on either the US or Iran, especially when you've got things like the breaches that are already happening that you just mentioned. Israeli strikes are continuing in Lebanon, which is what they said was originally part of the plan. And Iran are even hinting at this stage that they could withdraw from the ceasefire if this doesn't go their way. So to go on to the ceasefire and what I guess it means, it doesn't mean that there's an immediate stop to all the attacks. And especially in such a complex situation, there's so many players that are involved here across the GCC. And if you look at the major parties, including the US and Iran, they've agreed to pause. However, what has happened is there was attacks that happened overnight as well, and Iran probably retaliated through to those attacks that were taking place in places like Gori Island, right through until, as you said, the 11th hour. There's also the element of the allied militias that are in there. There's proxy groups, and there's the IRGC, who simply may have decided to ignore the agreement or the arrangement altogether. So there's a bit of a lag effect that could come into place. Drones and missiles, and we know that the average time for a drone to make it to the GCC from when it's launched in Iran can be anywhere up to 9 hours. whereas the missiles, they're probably taking somewhere in the region of 1 to 2 hours. And those cruise missiles, which we haven't seen any of interceptions today in the UAE, where I am at least, they have not made it through, but they take on average about 6 to 7 hours to get through. So not all the units will act when the orders are sent at the same time. So the attacks have continued. It's a bit of a grey area, which is what you mentioned just there. There have been some interceptions that took place across the GCC. And that's going to allow countries to continue to deny, I guess. There's still pressure being applied, but they'll deny that that was actually launched. We don't know where they actually came from. That's somewhat of a spoiler to the ceasefire agreement right now. There are factions that, of course, benefit from an escalation in the tensions that undermine the peace efforts. And that could be something that's happening across countries like the UAE and Bahrain at the moment. Very close ties to Western allies, which they've had since the get-go of this entire conflict. And they can still be targeted because they're not directly part of the ceasefire agreement as it stands currently. And they're not mentioned in the 10-point peace plan that Sarah referred to earlier.
And it's quite interesting because we're also getting news through, Jono and Sarah, that the UAE says it is seeking clarification on the terms of the US-Iran ceasefire deal. So right now, neighbouring countries are calling on more clarification because as we've been talking, it has been a fragile ceasefire deal in the starting hours. But we'll discuss that throughout the show. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And markets in Asia surged after President Donald Trump agreed to suspend planned attacks on Iranian infrastructure. Oil fell by the most in almost 6 years as a temporary ceasefire offered respite from turbulence driven by the Middle East. Patrick Falk has this report.
Broadcaster Thai PBS breaking news of a 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran.
As soon as this announcement was released, it brought everyone a sense of relief. And maybe there is a way the war can come to an end.
Talk of an end may be premature, but investors cheered the latest development, particularly after Iran said safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz would be possible during the ceasefire. South Korea's Kospi led the charge, surging by more than 6%, while Japan's Nikkei 225 added about 5%. There were strong gains also in Hong Kong, Shanghai and Sydney. The gains came as oil prices sank, with Brent crude falling by about 13%. Markets are betting lower crude prices will help contain inflation and revive economic growth. Asian economies like Japan, that have been hit hard by energy supply disruptions, welcome the agreement between Washington and Tehran.
What is most important now is that the situation genuinely de-escalates, including ensuring safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Japan hopes a final agreement is reached swiftly through diplomacy and will continue its diplomatic efforts closely with the international community toward that goal.
Still, there are doubts the ceasefire will resolve the wider standoff over Iran's nuclear program and Washington's security demands.
It's unlikely to lead to a full agreement that really satisfies everything that, on the one hand, the Trump administration would like, and on the other hand, that the Iranian regime would like, because I think that the two sides just still sit too far apart.
And with energy security, inflation and shipping routes still exposed, the region remains highly sensitive to whether this pause can turn into a lasting diplomatic breakthrough. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
And Jono, before I get to you, I just want to read out what we're getting through on the newswire, and it's Iran's Ports and Maritime Organization are designating alternative safe routes through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's due to the possibility of mines in some part of the strait. So we're getting more clarification right now, as I did say, from Iran Ports and Maritime Organizations of safe routes being organized through the Strait of Hormuz. Let's talk right now about oil markets. How are they reacted to this news? Of course, oil has been on a roller coaster ride, reacting to all the headlines about what's happening.
Yeah, very fast and very aggressively. I guess it's all about risk, and you'll know this, Leigh Ann. Within hours of the ceasefire, the Brent crude dropped by around $15. So now we're currently sitting at $94 a barrel. US crude fell by around $16 down to $96. That is the sharpest single-day move that we've seen during this cycle, either increasing or decreasing, so that's pretty impressive. And subsequently as well, we've seen the world markets in South Korea and Japan and Australia all climb up as well. So, I mean, clearly they're pricing it in some sort of a reduced disruption risk from the Strait of Hormuz, because we've mentioned before 20% of the global oil supply is going through there. But this is, I guess this is a bit too soon, if you ask me, because we're not at the level where we were pre-war. So it's very important to recognise that. But it's the markets are reacting to something that they believe is going to happen. However, we are seeing reports from Iran that there's interrupted tanker movement again this evening in response to those Lebanon strikes, which are continuing. And just before we went on air, I had a little look at the shipping routes, and even if you have a look at them, they are, in saying that they're minimal, they're fractional. I'll try and get them onto the screen for you, but you'll see that there are probably about 3 to 4 ships that are in that current area, and we're hearing of these ships being moved directly through a specific strait in Hormuz, a specific area within that. So it's certainly not the free-flowing traffic that we're used to seeing in the Strait of Hormuz, nor nowhere near it. So I think the markets may have jumped a little too soon, if you ask me, and they seem to be recovering fast. That's wonderful. But based upon absolutely nothing right now, aside from statements from the White House that the Strait of Hormuz will be open in the very near future. In the last 2 hours, just before we went on air, we're hearing that restrictions are being put in place yet again upon traffic. But we're nowhere near the hundreds of ships that we're passing through every single day. And we're not even close to where we were at the start of this week, where we saw 52 ships travel through. In fact, it seems it's been very slow throughout the entire day on the Strait of Hormuz. So the markets have reacted to something that hasn't even happened yet.
And it's quite interesting because you've just mentioned it there, and Sarah will talk about it to you more, but there seems to be so many conflicting reports about the Strait of Hormuz. Caroline Levitt saying it's open, Pete Hegseth saying it's open, Donald Trump said the Strait of Hormuz will be open, Iran saying they've closed it because of Israel's attacks on Lebanon. But we are getting more news from the Iran Ports and Maritime Organization that says passage through the Strait of Hormuz must be done in coordination with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And Sarah, this is something that I really want to talk to you about, because people seem to have missed that, even in that ceasefire agreement.
Yes, I mean, look, that was a key detail in the initial reporting of the ceasefire, was that it seemed like the White House was agreeing to the Strait of Hormuz being reopened, but with coordination through Iran's military. Now, that would be a situation that is so far from normal and completely different to what you saw before the conflict began. And many would argue giving Iran much, much more leverage than they had before the conflict started. There is no doubt, Leigh Ann, the ceasefire is really being tested today. So you've had Iran come out, the Iranian state media outlets. They've been reporting that the oil tanker traffic was halted through the Strait of Hormuz as a result of Israel's strikes on Lebanon. Then you had the White House press conference where Caroline Levitt asserted that, look, what's being said publicly is different to what is being said privately. So publicly, there's some posturing going on, but she did say that privately, it's been agreed the Strait of Hormuz will be open. And that it might take a while, she said, for ships to pass through. She did also say that were it not to remain open, any closure would remain completely unacceptable to the president. But as you said, Leigh Ann, the news continually coming in. We've actually just heard in the last 5 minutes or so the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament saying that 3 clauses of Iran's 10-point proposal have been violated before talks with the US have even started. He said, in such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiation is unreasonable. Now, the White House hasn't commented on that latest public statement, but it is very clear that the two sides here are presenting very different narratives, not just about who's coming out on top in the ceasefire agreement, but about what the ceasefire agreement detail actually is in and of itself.
And I think this is the hard part, isn't it, Jono? If we have a look at it right now, yes, there's a ceasefire, but no one seems to agree on what the terms of that ceasefire is. And we're getting these 2 competing narratives. Of course, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, this seems to be Iran's ace card at the moment. They seem to be able to use that as leverage over the US when it comes to making deals.
Well, that's simply because I think it wasn't, and this is at no fault to Pakistan, but while that mediation was taking place, the finer details and the finer points of this ceasefire deal were not clarified, and I think that's probably where this is falling down as well. It's a very loose ceasefire plan that's in place there as well. And I said it before we went on air with this, I think that it's hanging in there by a very, very thin thread, and that's a concern for anyone who's in the region right now and worldwide as well. And yes, although we've seen these prices bounce back and everything, I think we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves if we think that we're anywhere close to this peace deal, this ceasefire turning into a peace deal. And we know that the 10 points that have been laid out already from Iran, and Sarah referenced them there, I mean, are totally, from the point of view of the US, unreachable. They're not something the US are going to agree to. But if we can't even get past that first stumbling block of figuring out exactly what this ceasefire means, I think we're already up against it when it comes to trying to wait for the next 2 weeks to see what plays out. And again, I think people are waiting across the GCC with bated breath this evening to find out if it is an end and if they were just retaliatory strikes that happened this morning, or if in fact this ceasefire is really not worth its weight at all.
And we must remember that Caroline Leavitt, of course, gave that White House press conference, and she did say first round of talks will happen on a Saturday. US and Iran to hold talks in Pakistan over the weekend, and Trump will dispatch a team led by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, for those talks in Pakistan. So the first face-to-face talks since the beginning of the US and Israeli strikes on Iran appear to be upcoming. Let's see how things play out as we get closer to that deadline. Now, let's move on to another theatre of war that's happening. And we're talking about no clarity. And really, I think Lebanon is one of the things that we need to talk about at the moment. Let's move on to that story, because we must remember Israel says it supports President Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for the next 2 weeks. However, they say the agreement does not include Lebanon. Israel's military has halted attacks on Iran, but is continuing to conduct targeted ground operations against Hezbollah. Reports now suggest Iran could withdraw from the ceasefire deal if attacks on Lebanon continue. Here's a clip from Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz.
The IDF attacked hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists in a surprise strike at headquarters throughout Lebanon. This is the largest concentrated blow Hezbollah has suffered since the Pagers operation. IDF forces continue to operate vigorously in Lebanon to ward off threats and thwart Hezbollah's capabilities in accordance with the policy we have established. We promise to bring security to the residents in the north, and that is exactly what we will do.
Jono, we were talking about no clarity over the Strait of Hormuz. There appears to be no clarity over Lebanon. Why was Lebanon not part of the ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran?
Tricky to answer that, but I suppose it's because it's simply not one war, is it? It's multiple overlapping ones. The conversations we'd had on air about strikes taking place in Lebanon have been going on since October. So we've been seeing that this has been a conflict that has actually ranged a lot longer than that. The US-Iran, the ceasefire that we've seen loosely, is focused on direct confrontation. It's focused on the nuclear, the escalation risk that we've seen in the last 24 hours. Israel views Lebanon, specifically Hezbollah, as a separate, an ongoing threat to the region as well. And Donald Trump has explicitly said Lebanon was excluded because of Hezbollah. Sarah mentioned this at the start of the show. He said that that's a separate skirmish as well. So there's a political reality here. Israel is not bound in the same way as the US is to this agreement, and the US is not involved actively in the fight in Lebanon with Hezbollah. So it's made it clear it's going to continue operations against Hezbollah regardless. Now, on top of that, there's the confusion that I mentioned a while ago from the mediators from Pakistan, who suggested that Lebanon should be included. The US and Israel then coming out today and saying, well, actually, we reject that interpretation. We are keeping the ceasefire narrowly focused. That's going to avoid derailing a deal altogether, because you risk having too many eggs in one basket and saying, right, we're now looking at people in a different country. And what's happening there is horrific. I mean, just today alone, 100+ targets in 10 minutes. That's one of the largest strike waves of this conflict as well. Just before we went to air, I read that 254 people have been killed and over 1,000 wounded as well. People who are already in horrific conditions and have already been displaced as well. And don't make any mistake, had it not been for what's happening right now with this ceasefire deal, the conflict in Lebanon would be the biggest news story in the world, bar none. What is happening there at the moment is is atrocious and it is shocking, and it would be front page news had the peace deal and had the Iran war not been taking place at the moment as well at the same time.
And Sarah, just echoing what Jono said to me, we have actually heard from the UN Human Rights Chief. He says the scale of killing in Israeli strikes on Lebanon on Wednesday is horrific. We know this has been such a deadly day for Lebanon. What sort of situation are the people in, and how difficult is this moment?
Yes, I mean, Jono laid it out really clearly there. Whatever disagreement, confusion or lack of clarity there is around the ceasefire agreement, what is crystal clear is the toll that this is exacting, these continued strikes by Israel on civilians in Lebanon, because you've had, in the wake of this ceasefire agreement, Israel continuing to strike Lebanon. You've had it described as the heaviest day of strikes so far, more than 100 people killed in a single day. We've seen images, Leigh Ann, emerging from the ground of people being pulled from the rubble, children in the arms of rescuers. These are areas, and I've reported across Lebanon in the past, areas like the Bekaa Valley, where you have people who have been displaced multiple times, now being displaced again by these strikes. You also have strikes taking place in Beirut that are taking place in heavily residential areas. So the death toll, according to reports from the ground, is likely to climb even higher. And look, I think Lebanon's a country where the wounds of wars past are visible everywhere you go. It's been through so much turmoil, and it's once again a country that's paying the price, not for being a country in its own right of families and schools and children and ordinary lives, but it's become again a battleground for other countries' wars. And I think, Israel is asserting that the reason for this military action is to target Hezbollah areas, to target the group itself. Where the sort of military justification falls short, though, is when you look at the impact that this is having, in particular amongst civilian children. You have the UNICEF warning before today's heavy strikes that the equivalent of one classroom of children have been killed every single day in Lebanon since the start of this war. You've had the Lebanese health minister say 130 children have been killed since March 2nd. The impact on children is undeniable. The impact on civilians is undeniable. So whatever government language is used, depending on which country you're looking at right now, whatever the disputes around the ceasefire terms, the impact on civilians in Lebanon as a result of these continued strikes by Israel is absolutely indisputable.
And Sarah, we also heard from Benjamin Netanyahu a little bit earlier. He gave a press conference. He really praised Donald Trump in that press conference and said the US and Israel were changing the face of the Middle East. He also said Israel prepared to resume a war on Iran. Our finger is on the trigger. And the White House also said Trump will continue to discuss Lebanon with Israel's Netanyahu. So we are getting some lines out of there, but it seems the rhetoric coming out of Israel is still pretty strong. I also just wanted to get some breaking news that we are getting through at the moment, and we'll just have a quick reaction to this. But Iran says an oil tanker that tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz was returned back to Gulf waters. So we're just getting that news out of Iran now. And Jono, reaction there. We were talking about the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't seem that Iran are keen to open it up.
I don't know if it's necessarily that they're not keen to open it up, but I think if we looked at the traffic, as I said, from today, it's been minimal at best. And I think if Iran thinks that the terms of what they believe to be the terms of that ceasefire are not being adhered to, specifically the stopping of the attacks in Lebanon, as they've seen as one of the key messages and the key points of not just the peace agreement for going forward, but the ceasefire for right now. If they believe that's not being adhered to, they very clearly did say, even at the 11th hour, that if the US and Israel do not adhere to the rules of this ceasefire, they will have no issue in retaliatory attacks once again. This is not an attack, so to speak. This is breaking one of the very, very first, and it's not the amendment, it's one of the very first pivotal moments of that ceasefire agreement is the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And as you said, Leigh Ann, earlier on, it is the leverage that they hold right now. There are very few cards that Iran hold, but this is one of them. And if they can use that to their advantage, that's exactly what they will do. And if it continues to see strikes in Lebanon, which is what we've seen today, they may be seeing this as the reason to close the Strait of Hormuz once again and effectively undo any good work that's been done in the last 24 hours.
And we must remember Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz affects the whole global economy, which we've spoken about time and time again. As the price of oil rises, fertilizer is stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. So many essential crops come through there too. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has arrived in the Gulf today to hold talks with regional leaders. The UK has welcomed the ceasefire, with Starmer pledging to support the agreement, hoping for the permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Throughout the conflict, Starmer has been heavily criticised by President Donald Trump for failing to support the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. OK, Sarah, so what more do we know about Starmer's visit to the region? And we must remember something. This was all planned before the ceasefire agreement did come into play. He's been so heavily criticised by President Donald Trump. And a lot of people are thinking, why is Starmer here? Does he have any skin in the game? Like, what's the deal?
Yes. I mean, look, if the stakes weren't so high, there would be elements of this that were almost farcical. Starmer he landed in Saudi Arabia. He is going to be meeting leaders in the region to discuss the efforts to, he says, support this ceasefire. But Leigh Ann, the top line is he said very clearly again, Britain, we are not getting drawn into this war. So he's drawn that line. He's pushed back at President Trump's efforts to gain support at times from NATO allies. President Trump, over the last few weeks, has repeatedly singled out the United Kingdom for its failure to, in his eyes, step up and support the United States. And that has led to a situation where President Trump is, again today, he's meeting with the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who has arrived, I think, in the White House, is there right now holding the talks. So that is going on at the moment. President Trump saying that he's again going to be discussing the possibility of maybe withdrawing from NATO. So Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, has at this point in time done nothing really but anger President Trump. But he will be meeting with those leaders. He described a sense of relief that some sort of ceasefire had been agreed to, said he's looking at ways in which allies can help. But, you know, President Trump, we know he speaks the language of hard cash. Essentially, he is going to want to see the UK committing some serious military might and some serious concrete provisions to aid reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And it's not clear that Britain and Keir Starmer are going to be willing to give what President Trump would be pleased with.
And also what I find fascinating, we can talk about this a little bit more, is that HMS Dragon, of course, that big warship that the UK was sending to the region, has had to dock in the eastern Mediterranean. And that's because of minor technical issues, as we see the Iran war now reach a ceasefire period, but almost farcical in many ways, as you did say, Sarah. But, Jono, let's say Starmer is not the only one on an international tour. Of course, Sarah mentioned the NATO chief there, Mark Rutte. He's at the White House. He's meeting President Donald Trump. He's been somewhat of a Trump whisperer in the past. Do you remember he called him Daddy before, and that got a lot of traction? So I wonder what all of this will be about, and if Mark Rutte would be able to convince Donald Trump that NATO have done the right thing and they might actually be able to help at some point.
Well, look, I think NATO's under massive pressure here. I mean, the US is leading this military action as well. European allies with this have been cautious. A lot have been quite critical as well of the actions that are taking place in the Gulf right now. And there's the growing concerns about the escalation, dragging NATO into the wider conflict as well. So I think what this is about, and what we're seeing this meeting in the first place, is probably realistic, a bit about control and a bit about alignment. It's not going to be a big headline deal. That's not what the plan of this at all is. There's been 40 countries already involved in talks around Hormuz, around the security of there as well. Energy security is obviously a global economic issue. That's not just something that's regional as well. So the things that the US are going to be looking for is NATO backing, politically, possibly militarily, I think. But, I mean, he's repeated this in the past before and said, we're good, NATO, we don't need you, like what he said to the UK. It'll be about an alignment on protecting shipping routes, because the last thing the US wants to do is throw a whole stack of resources into a shipping route that is going to need to be policed for a very, very long time. And if Sarah mentioned right there that there's mines that have been laid, even though we were categorically told 3 weeks ago that mines had not been laid in the Strait of Hormuz, that is now, turns out that might in fact be a lie, or it may be Iran just trying to control that shipping route a bit more. If those reassurances aren't there, the US will want allies that aren't going to split publicly and will want them on side. So Rutta's role here, I think, is effectively damage control. Keep NATO unified more than anything else. So the question about timing, I guess, is Keir Starmer rocking up to the region right now is a little too late to the party, which unfortunately for poor Keir Starmer seems to be how he approaches a lot politically and otherwise. The ceasefire has been done. Major players are talking. You know, what's he going to do now? He's certainly not bringing the HMS Dragon with him, because that allegedly is undergoing some repair work somewhere in the Med right now, so that's not making it over either. So, I mean, even the follow-up negotiations, they're happening in Islamabad. London and the UK is not involved in this at all. There's no UK-led forum at all in these negotiations. So it does look a bit reactive rather than influential, and it kind of feels like, and if I'm speaking out of turn, please, I'm sure Sarah will be the first one to pull me up on this. It kind of feels like the UK are now coming to the dinner table when everyone's having dessert and feeling like, oh, no, we've missed, where are the main courses? It does feel like Keir Starmer's a bit late to the party, again.
And I guess a lot of people would argue that Keir Starmer is late to the party, but people would also argue that he's been listening to what the British public want. And the British public do not want the UK involved in a war that they do not feel was theirs to start with at the beginning. And I think that Keir Starmer has actually been praised in many ways for getting a backbone, for standing up to Donald Trump, for not agreeing to this. And a lot of people have referenced the past when it came to Tony Blair getting involved in Iraq. It was a different situation, but a lot of people have said he's learnt lessons from the past and actually is listening to the British public. And Sarah, I don't know what you think of that, but a lot of people actually say, OK, well done, Starmer.
Yes, well, Jono, I mean, I liked your Britain turning up for dessert. If President Trump heard that, you might hear it repeated on the White House podium, because, look, that is a sense among many here in the United States, especially amongst the Republican Party, that, you know, there is that special relationship, so-called, between the US and the UK. And President Trump has made it very clear that he simply didn't feel that the UK stepped up. You know, one important thing to note, I think, is that President Trump, since his first term, he has heavily criticised NATO. One of the things he's criticised is about defence spending and, you know, NATO members' own defence capabilities. Now, in particular in Britain, as evidenced by our Navy with some technical issues right now, there has been amongst military circles in the UK a consensus that actually President Trump is correct in his assertion that there needed to be more defence spending, more action taken in that regard, considering the growing threats in the region that have now come to pass. So, you know, not every criticism that President Trump has levelled at NATO has been sort of from a personal grudge perspective. Some of them, even in military circles within the countries criticised, it's been widely agreed upon. This particular instance, though, I want to read you something from Senator Mitch McConnell. He is a Kentucky Republican. And on Tuesday night, in support of the alliance, he said, following the September the 11th attacks, NATO allies sent their young service members to fight and die alongside America's own in Afghanistan and Iraq. He urged Trump to be clear and consistent and said it is not in America's interest to spend more time nursing grudges with allies who share our interests than deterring adversaries who threaten us. That is a clear signal to President Trump, I think, ahead of this meeting with the head of NATO, to try and smooth things over with NATO, get them on board, because I think it is clear that with the ceasefire being so severely tested right now, it is going to need the buy-in of as many allies as possible to try and keep the momentum around the ceasefire going and to try and aid the United States' efforts to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, if indeed it's even open right now.
And also, we must remember one thing, Caroline Levitt, she did say, she shared a message from President Donald Trump about NATO, with the US president saying the alliance was tested and they failed. So let's see how those talks with Mark Rutte can go. But I just want to bring some more breaking news lines to Jono and Sarah. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has been speaking and says Iranians are promising to open the Strait of Hormuz. Vance also says Israelis are trying to set us up for success in negotiations with Iran. So we're getting a few more news lines right now coming from J.D. Vance. Of course, we know J.D. Vance will be at those round of talks between the US and Iran, which will be held on Saturday. So it seems that J.D. Vance is backing Israel's position and pretty positive that Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz.
I think from the point of view of where Iran sit right now, they need to open it because otherwise they run the risk of being obliterated once again. It's the first thing. That 2-week pause in fighting for 14 days is that temporary truce. It's not a peace deal, and that's the key condition that's in there as well. Those major strikes have been halted. Now, there is every evidence, and there has been for the last 24 hours, that B-52 bombers had been making their way to the Gulf region in order to initiate that attack. Now, whether it was a bluff or not, we just will never know now. But I don't think Iran want to run the risk of potentially finding out the hard way. And so I think, yes, they will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And if we're hearing something like Sarah mentioned, that it could be because there's mines on that main thoroughfare and they want them to go a safe route, that's a logical reason to close the strait off and to reroute the shipping traffic for right now. But Iran needs this to be the case. And I think the US needs this to be the case as well. I think Sarah will probably agree. They need a win at some stage. And Trump needs a win on home front right now. And it's 2 weeks. It's some level of moving towards a peace deal. It appears like a win from their side, but then again, Iran are making it appear like a win from their side as well. But they need that on home turf right now. Otherwise, I don't entirely know why we started this conflict in the first place if neither party seems to be getting a win, and both are now claiming one.
And that is the question, guys. That is the question most people in military circles, in analyst circles here in Washington are asking, because John is exactly right. Look, before the conflict, you had the Strait of Hormuz open. President Trump and the administration at the start primarily made this action about supporting the people of Iran, civilians who had risen up and faced a brutal crackdown by the regime, supporting them in their pursuit of freedom, amongst other objectives, including making sure that Iran was not able to obtain a nuclear weapon. Well, here we are 40 days on. The Strait of Hormuz now in the control, it seems, of Iran. Yes, there's undeniable the military damage that the US forces have been able to inflict on Iran, but it doesn't stop their ability to cause the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran still has enriched uranium, and if they didn't want to be pursuing a nuclear weapon path before this, you can imagine that now with the new regime, that will be something that they will be even more inclined to be considering. And just the final point on all of that is that you've had President Trump, in the lead up to the ceasefire, talking about a whole civilization will die tonight, threats to return Iran to the Stone Ages. For the people on the ground in Iran who originally thought that the United States was going to back them in their pursuit for freedom and taking on the regime, that must have been very, very difficult to hear. And so, yes, the United States, they're trying to project this message, and we heard that in the White House press conference today, that the ceasefire is on track, that President Trump has been able to pull off something that past leaders haven't. But, this time around, I think the White House and President Trump have met a challenge that they're not simply able to argue away with competing narratives, because they're coming up against the harsh reality of the fact that ships are not going through the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore the oil prices around the world are being impacted. And the missiles continue to fly as Israel keeps striking Lebanon. So those are indisputable facts, whatever the White House wants to say right now.
And just one more line from Vance before we move on. He says Iranians have to take the next step, or Trump has options to go back to war. So thank you so much for all your thoughts on that, and of course to reacting to the breaking news. But we're going to move to a lighter part of the show, that time where Jono and Sarah have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. This can give us all a little bit of a breather. And Jono, do you want to start with yours? Because I don't know what it actually is, but I'm sure you can tell me.
Well, Highland cows have gone into hiding, and there's a very good reason for it. So Highland cows are, and I'm not sure if we've got some video footage of them, but what they look like is picture George Michael circa 1990 in the Freedom music video, or one of those rather hairy guinea pigs. That's what they look like. So they're they're a very hairy kind of, there we go. They're a very hairy type of cow. And now what has happened is that tourists have made their way to find these animals that don't specifically live in the Highland, by the way. You'll find them in many parts of the UK. But there's 300,000 hashtags on social media linked to Highland cows. Individual videos from people who are just rocking up and getting videos with these cows are getting 50,000 likes. And it's been a sudden drive in tourists who are showing up for selfies with these Highland cows. Problem is, they're getting within feet of these animals, they're ignoring warnings, and the animals themselves are retreating actually from public areas and disappearing. So these are not wild, so they actually belong to somebody, so somebody has to go and find these Highland cows as they've disappeared because they don't want to look at tourists anymore. Not just that as well, but if you can see by the size of the horns in this guy, they are not, they are seen to be very friendly, but they're not impossible to maybe potentially cause some severe damage with those horns. Both males and females of these, like most cows, have them, but these ones haven't had their horns taken off, which is why they are also very, very dangerous. In fact, just recently, a group of tourists had to be rescued by search and rescue because they went to try and find these Highland cows and got themselves lost and into a bit of a predicament. So the message is clear. Please stay away from Highland cows. It's just not worth that hashtag selfie that you're going to go get, and you could end up in a whole stack of hot water.
I must admit something. I like the fringe. The Highland cows have a gorgeous fringe.
Yeah,
but also at the same
nice.
time, nothing annoys me more than people who take pictures with animals. It drives me absolutely insane. I mean, their dogs is fine, but endangered animals or wild animals really irritates me. No one cares about you holding a snake. Just putting it out there. And Sarah, and let's talk about your story before we end the show. Tell us about the heartwarming moment during the NASA Artemis mission, which was, of course, incredible, but it had so many people talking on social media.
I know. I mean, it was such a historic mission to the moon, orbiting around the moon, going the furthest the space crew has ever gone. And I don't know if we've got the video of this moment, but the Artemis crew honoured Carol Taylor Wiseman, who is the late wife of mission commander Reed Wiseman, and they suggested naming, that's the image of the two of them there. So she was a wife, mother, registered nurse. She died at 46 years old in 2020 of cancer. So they suggested naming a moon crater after her, and in the video they spell out her name, Carroll, so a particular spelling, and then you saw the crew. It was, even thinking about the video, it's probably best we don't make viewers cry with it. It's very, very emotional, and you know, an emotional moment for the crew, honouring the late wife of the mission commander in that way, at the height of an historic mission. So it was a really beautiful, touching moment that took place in space. And, you know, in general with the Artemis mission, it's been sort of overshadowed by the talks of war. But it's just, you know, when you look at what the guys who've been training who are up there right now are saying about how beautiful the Earth looks from up there, and you look at what past scientists and astronauts have said about the experience of going into space, and it is just a reminder of what we're all, what humans are capable of when we put our minds to it.
And of course,
I think it's lovely that they finally managed to make it to space, because I'm not buying, because I was waiting for the proof. I was waiting for a flag or a picture of the lunar lander or something from like the last time they were there. Didn't see any of that online though, unfortunately. So I'm just glad they finally managed to make it to the moon.
And they said it was really beautiful. It had lots of craters on it. But Jono and I still want to see that US flag that was put on the moon over 50 years ago. So when they can produce that, we will believe it. And I just want to say thanks to our guest today, broadcaster Jono Hayes, who's in Dubai, and our correspondent Sarah Firth, who joined us all the way from Washington, D.C. And, of course, that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, of course. Follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson at our headquarters in Riyadh, and coming up on the programme today, at the 11th hour, the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, suspending the 6-week-old war and resulting in the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. While both sides are claiming victory as that truce, which was brokered by Pakistan, is announced. We ask, whose victory is this? And as the Israeli military carries out its largest strikes on Lebanon since the war began, we ask, why no let-up in the fighting there? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the ceasefire in the Iran war. How long will it last and what comes next? Well, the US President Donald Trump has issued harsh threats, warning yesterday that he could wipe out Iran's entire civilization. That is, if Tehran failed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the world braced for strikes, but in a last-minute move, the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just before President Trump's deadline. This with Iran agreeing to reopen the strait. Well, at the centre of the truce is a reported 10-point plan to end the war, with Iran demanding sanctions relief, continued control of Hormuz, and acceptance of its nuclear program, terms that experts are calling maximalist. Meanwhile, the US Vice President J.D. Vance has been explaining how the ceasefire came about, calling it a fragile truce. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Let me just say a few things. First of all, what the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old.
Well, to discuss this further, we're joined today by Dr. Abdelaziz Sagar, who is the chairman of the Gulf Research Center, who joins us from here in Saudi Arabia, in the city of Jeddah. Dr. Sagar, thank you very much for joining us once again. We're also joined from the Egyptian capital by Mushtabi Fardowsi Bor, who is the Iranian ambassador to Egypt. Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for joining us as well. Let me ask you, Ambassador, my first question. President Trump has called the ceasefire a, quote, total and complete victory for Washington. How would you respond to that?
Greetings to you and to your viewers and to your guest, Dr. Abdulaziz bin Sagar. We always hear from Trump saying that he won or he is victorious and he achieved victory in this war. But there are many signals that show that this is incorrect. For example, the strategic steps taken by the American and Zionism enemy was they wanted to topple the regime. That was their objective in the beginning. And then they began to cause troubles inside Iran. And then by assassinating the supreme leader, they expected for there to be a civil war inside Iran. And hence, those were the two strategies. And then afterwards, they began to say that they want Iran's full unconditional surrender. So from the beginning of the war, their objectives, and then they changed their strategy, which included opening the Strait of Hormuz, which became the #1 priority. And then all their intentions in the strategy was changed just to rescue their pilot after the F-15 was shot down. But we noticed that they started to attempt to deceive Iran from 150 Marines in southern Isfahan. And the objective was actually to seize the enriched uranium. But they lost approximately $1 billion worth of helicopters and airplanes which participated in this operation. Also, the force that they had, and they were not able to rescue the second pilot in that strategy, but they lost massive amounts from this operation. And then they announced on TV with the Secretary of War saying that they achieved victory by rescuing the pilot. The real objective in Isfahan was not to rescue the American pilot whose F-15 was shot down on Iranian land.
Okay.
I believe that despite of this defeat of the United States, and as well as the regional players, including the quartet who met in Pakistan, Islamabad, who went to the Pakistani Prime Minister requesting him to have a temporary ceasefire and for the negotiations to begin, indirect negotiations with Iran. They accepted the Iranian conditions because in the past they're informed by Iran through the mediators, or which is Pakistan, for there to be conditions which were the 15-point plan. But Iran, as we know, rejected these 15 points.
Okay.
And then there was a clear message from the United States.
All right.
And then they reduced it to 10 points from Iran. And last night, Iran, they backed up, and then we heard from America saying that they...
Okay, Ambassador, I know you're working through a translator, but we have to allow our other participant to speak as well. I would like to turn our attention to Dr. Abdulaziz Sagar. Thank you for standing by there. I mean, every indication we've been getting in the last couple of hours is that this ceasefire is still a fragile one. I'd like to ask you what your reaction was to the news that a ceasefire deal was reached.
Well, hello to you and to your guests and your viewers. I think we were all hoping to see that ceasefire will be really implemented and not being broken by, again today, sending drones and attack to several Gulf countries. That shows that it is still fragile, and that shows still the commitment from the Iranian side. It's not there yet. Now, if the Iranian claims that they need the Israeli not to attack the violent non-state actor that they have been supporting, like Hezbollah and the other. That has nothing to do. It was not our war. We did not choose it. It was a conflict between the US and Israel and Iran. We are the victim of being a good friend of Iran. We are a victim of being somebody cares about stability and security in the region. The leader of the Gulf countries have clearly declared that we will not allow the usage of our land and sea and air against any attack in Iran. And instead of respecting such position, we have been constantly attacked. More than 6,700 attacks from Iran to the 6 different Gulf countries and Jordan, including missiles and drones and the 2 different types of missiles. Luckily, we do have a good capability that we were able to respond to all of those attacks, which represent more than 83% of the total attacks. So the Israeli side, which is supposed to be the enemy of Iran, did not get more than 17% or 18% of the attacks and that was launched out of Iran. It all depends how both sides now, honestly, will work, and if the meeting will take place in Friday in Islamabad, and if both are serious about the ceasefire, to move from a ceasefire to a serious discussion, hoping to reach a clear agreement that will take in consideration the Gulf region agenda and interest and demand, which is not repeating the same aggression or attack from Iran to the Gulf countries, not interfering in the internal issues and policies of the Gulf region, maritime security, energy security, the openness of the Strait of Hormuz, and the immediate stop of war, not as a ceasefire, but as a clear agreement. We believe we need to have a sort of a clear guarantee in whatever agreement that the US may reach with Iran, because short of that, the tension will be there, and escalation will be there. And today, the mistrust and the lack of trust, unfortunately, has been established because of the lack of commitment from the Iranian side.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sagar. Let me put that to you, Ambassador Bohr. I mean, as we've been hearing, GCC countries, amongst them Saudi Arabia, have endured weeks of Iranian drone and missile attacks. Some say that proves that the danger and the threat posed by Iran has been real all along. Why did you hit those countries?
First of all, with regards to what Dr. Abdul Aziz mentioned, I would like to mention a key point here, if I may. In the beginning of the ceasefire, which was agreed upon between Iran and the United States under the mediation of Islamabad, unfortunately, there were some attacks on the Persian Gulf against the Iranian ports, Siraf and Navan, as well as the Iranian islands. Iran responded to this breach, which occurred after the ceasefire agreement, and then there also and Iran announced, according to the statements, that there are provocational operations conducted by Israel to drag the neighboring countries after the ceasefire and after the ceasefire was breached. And hence, again, this agreement was breached. But with regards to the question which you asked, Iran, from the beginning, as Dr. Abdul Aziz mentioned, the Gulf countries, their lands was not supposed to be or participate in this war against Iran. And I believe they have not been independent for long years. We know that the United States has bases in these countries, and just before the war began, there were some meetings and exchange of messages on the foreign minister's level for there not to be any American bases or Israel in these countries. But unfortunately, lately, and according to the Abraham Accords, we noticed that Israel has bases and there's normalization and with some GCC countries, and they have become the front line of Israel in face of Iran, and with using missiles and even intelligence against Iran. And Israel is benefiting from these bases, their airspace and their energy, and even the economy of these countries. We do not intend to strike these countries. They are friendly countries and we respect them, and we would not like to have any intervention in their internal affairs. But these bases, Israeli bases, have become as if they were part of American territory to launch attacks against Iran. We know there are American Navy or Air Forces or even land forces in these countries, and hence they will be legitimate targets for Iran.
Okay, Ambassador, thank you for that. It's a discussion. I must bring Dr. Sagar into the conversation as well. Just listening to what the Ambassador was saying there, Iran clearly views this US presence in the region as being a threat. How do you respond to what he's been saying?
Well, this is a sovereign state with the very clear agreement between them and the other, and those bases are local sovereign bases. In Saudi Arabia, Prince Sultan bases is a Saudi base. It's not an American base. We may have some agreement of facilitation in the old days, or fueling, or parking, or spare part support, but I can assure you they only used whatever capacity in other country against Iran after they have been attacked by the Iranian and bombing by the Iranian. Then they have the right to defend themselves, and this is why they responded in some cases. But at the same time, in Saudi Arabia, we all remember the telephone conversation between the Iranian president and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, where both have assured each other the respect and the agreement that we will not use, we will not allow the usage of the Saudi bases, which is the true case. But unfortunately, looking at the weapon that has been used from Iran to the Gulf countries, this weapon have never been designed, to attack Israel. When you use a small drone, when you use a short-range missiles, when you use the weapon system that they have used, and the ballistics missiles, more than 570 ballistics missiles have been used, only against one of the countries. But in total, at least there is 1,300 ballistics missiles have been used. So looking at all the weapon systems that have been designed, manufactured, used against the Gulf countries, that was supposed to be deliberately used for that. And I don't think the Iranians should deny that one. I think if Iran want to live in peace in the region with its neighbor, they have to find a formula where they will accept they will have to accept our necessary guarantee that we required under a very strict agreement endorsed and supported by the Security Council, that there will be no attack from their side and there will be no aggression. When they came up in 2019 with the proposal which called Hermes Initiative at that time, it was in principle accepted, but at the same time, the Iranians, they never wanted to look backdated. They want to start from tomorrow. They don't want to recognize the militia group in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in other countries, and also the cells that they have created in Bahrain and in Saudi and in Kuwait. All of those, they want to antagonize that and say, okay, we start from tomorrow. I think if they really want to be in peace in the region, and if they want to to be respectable and back to the international community and get focus on the domestic issues and reduce the suffering of its own people, they need to be more sensible. They need to agree to stop using aggression against the region here and against the country, and then focus more on their domestic development and demand.
Okay, Ambassador, let me put that to you. Iran there being told to focus on its own issues and to stop posing a threat to countries in the region and stop interfering with your proxies in the affairs of countries across the Middle East. How do you respond?
First of all, the agreements that were reached between the GCC and the United States and Israel, it was not by selection, by choice by these countries. The military bases were benefited by the United States under its will and not the will of the leaderships of these regional countries. Unfortunately, the United States, we know that the regional governments have no control whatsoever over these bases. And your guest says that these bases, according to international agreements and bilateral agreements, he's trying to say that the objective is to preserve the security of these countries, but this is not true. And we have seen after over 30 years of the American bases and their presence and the Israeli regime in these countries, we know that they have a full control and not have. They claim to preserve the security of these countries. All of the aggressions against Iran, specifically southern Isfahan, these were all by the airplanes who only flew 170 kilometers, meaning that these planes took off from airports in Kuwait and the UAE, and perhaps even from the bases such as Diogo Garcia. The closest distance to Iran. If these bases was for their own security, then the question is, why did they not ask the United States to preserve or protect the security of the Gulf countries? That means that the regional countries are not benefiting from this imported security. And since the first day of the war, the Gulf countries followed had their own policies against the United States, and their forces used these bases, and then all of the money of the regional countries were flowing to the United States. They did nothing in this direction. Unfortunately, the GCC countries supported the United States and asked for there to be continuation or to prolong this war. We heard that they actually requested the United States and to continue till the finish line. But this defeat of the United States and the Zionist regime in face of the Islamic Republic of Iran, they put themselves in a quagmire and they are not able to get out of it and from this dark tunnel. No, they requested Iran more than once for the end of this operation. More than once and repeatedly. And we say once again to our neighboring countries and our friends that after this war and after the agreement, we do not want an imported security, and we do not want the continuation or the presence of the American bases on their lands, and there should be a consensus to have a regional security and not an imported one.
Okay, Ambassador, let me turn back to Dr. Sagar. Feel free to respond to any of the points that were made just there. And I'd also like to start looking forwards in this conversation. We've got these 2 weeks of a ceasefire, and I'd like to ask you what you think needs to happen during the course of these next 2 weeks if peace is to stand a chance.
I think I'd like to go back to 2 points. One, the attack that came from Iran was targeting an oil facility, was targeting civilian places, commercial building, hotels, airports and port, and they were not really American bases. Second, The American bases have been here for years, and not only, let's say, the one in Bahrain, it was mid-50s almost. The one in Udeid was mid-90s. So they're not here yesterday, they came into that one. But at the same time, if the Gulf region have felt secure enough with Iran and not trying all the time to remind people with the exporting of the revolution to the region and closing the Strait of Hormuz and supporting militia and using sectarianism as a dimension for expansion and stopping their expansionist and interventionist policies in the region, some of the country would have not needed to bring an external forces to help them to improve their security capability, to be able to respond to an external threat. That's one. Second, on the negotiation, we hope, because in the end of the day, we and Iran have to live in the same. We are all happy to have a Gulf-free zone of WMD together with them. They need to demilitarize their nuclear program, and they need to focus on the development, which the Gulf countries can be interested in participating in their domestic development and so. We have built the trust over the years with them, and unfortunately, it came a stage now where there is a lack and a big lack of trust. And to have that trust, maybe we're going to need a lot more to work in it to rebuild the confidence build measure that required to be able to deal with each other. However, since we are all part of the region, we need to think jointly about the new security architecture where we feel safe, they feel safe. And it's their right and it's our right to have that things. But we need to work out a guarantor, and we need to work out a system and that will ensure that both will enjoy that one. Trust me, there is no country wish to import an external security if they feel secure enough and not without being threatened by its neighbor.
Okay, Ambassador, feel free to respond to that. I'd like to ask you as well whether you do see this as being the beginning of the end of this 5-week-long conflict.
I believe it is necessary for this to be the beginning of the end of this conflict, because Iran insisted on not accepting a ceasefire. And from the beginning, we supported de-escalation in the region, and for there not to be any tensions. As you know, from the beginning, we were on the negotiations table, and even from the agreement from 2015, we were always present on the negotiations table for 12 years with the European Union, European countries, and we had extensive negotiations since 2015, and we reached an agreement at that time. But Trump, in his first term, he decided to terminate the deal. But we still support the diplomatic solutions and negotiations with the United States. And again, we engaged more than once in negotiations with them to reach a diplomatic solution. But amidst the negotiations, unfortunately, we witnessed the Israeli and American aggression in May 2025 and lately in the last Ramadan war. Unfortunately, and even after accepting this ceasefire, we still support the diplomatic solution and support the de-escalation in the region, and for there to be a cooperation, even economic cooperation between the countries of the region without the intervention of the major global powers. This is what we believe in. And again, we do not want American presence or imported security or American bases. And it is necessary for the United States to remove all their bases from the region, and for there to be negotiations with the countries of the GCC and with other countries in the region, and for there to be a participation between the countries to have security agreements and different types of agreements as well. But to answer what Dr. Sagar or Abdulaziz mentioned, is saying that the Iranian nuclear file should be a civilian. We worked with the IAEA, and there's an approval of the additional protocol by Iran. And Iran's right is to have nuclear, civil nuclear facilities and to enrich uranium. And I would like to repeat that our nuclear technology or facilities will not end just by destroying them through all of these attacks, whether from May or the last Ramadan war.
Okay, Ambassador, you've made several points there. I must go back to Dr. Sagar, and we need to conclude this discussion. I would like to ask you, please, Dr. Sagar, if you could just comment on some of those comments that were made there by the Ambassador, who says he would like to see peace. He envisages a day when perhaps there is some economic cooperation or heightened economic cooperation between GCC countries and Iran. I'd also like to ask you to just wrap up this conversation, Dr. Sagar, by saying what you think Saudi Arabia's desired outcome is here.
You know, I want to remind him that on the 12 days war, we did condemn the US and the Israeli aggression as a violation of the international law. And what we expect from Iran today is to respect the international law. If they want to enrich uranium, they are a signatory to the NBT, and the NBT provide them with 3.67 and not 60% enriched uranium. And at the same time, respecting the freedom of movement, 1982, the law of sea, which they are a signatory to it, and the freedom of movement, like on the State of Hormuz. So what we need from them is to respect what they have signed for, respect the international law, and make sure that these things are implemented. What I see from my side, I think both sides, they need to be reasonable in their demand. Both sides need to focus on the key issue, and both sides need to take in account our serious security interests in the region if we want to live together in the region here, which, again, I will repeat it, the interventionist policy, the expansionist policy, supporting militia, maritime security, energy security, and also compensation for the losses and the damage that have happened, and respecting international law there, and not repeating any aggression, having the guarantee that there will be no repeating of aggression from both sides. I think this is what we will be looking for if we're going to live together in the same water and then in the same zone, and if we want to expand the relation between both sides in the future and give it a better safety and security region.
Okay, we really appreciate that, Dr. Abdulaziz Sagar, the chairman of the Gulf Research Center. You've had the last word. Thank you to you, and thank you as well to our other guest, Mushtabi Fardowsi-Bor, who is the Iranian ambassador to Egypt. A very big thank you to you as well, Your Excellency. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Amanda Mackey, a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Florida in the United States, and obviously a friend of the program as well. Amanda, great to have you with us. I mean, that deal really came at the 11th hour, didn't it? I mean, what do you think the truce actually averted by way of a worst-case scenario?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's important to point out that the Iranians were not willing to come to the table Monday night, but they were Tuesday night. So by all outward appearances, it was at the behest of President Trump and with the deadline that he gave them, 8 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday night. So they came to the table. They did agree to the ceasefire, two-sided ceasefire, but it's hard to say what the ceasefire actually means in reality, because truly Iran has never been doing anything in good faith. And I think that's where we all are concerned about what Iran agreed to and what they will actually do.
Okay, I mean, What we've heard from both sides up until now is a good deal of caution. I mean, both sides saying they're keeping their fingers on their respective triggers. We're also just hearing right now, in fact, Iran says it's considering fresh strikes against Israel amidst what it calls violations of the ceasefire in Lebanon. And it wasn't really very clear whether Lebanon was covered by that ceasefire or not. There seems to be differences of opinion on that one. But overall, do you see the ceasefire holding?
Well, Israel was bombed overnight, so they did not stop bombing Israel. So the ceasefire really, it's so fragile and it's so hard to predict. But I think if you were a betting man, you would bet that this ceasefire will not hold. You would bet that the Iranians would start their bombings again. Just even based on their rhetoric, seeing what they've done to, basically use their own people as human shields. These are people who do not value the lives of their own people. So they're willing to do anything and at any cost to prove that they're willing to go after Israel and go after the United States. So if I was betting on this, I would say the ceasefire will not hold.
Okay, and I should remind our viewers that you, of course, have Iranian heritage. You got family in Iran. I think you told us last time you were actually born there. And I wondered whether you could tell us, Amanda, I mean, we were talking about rhetoric just a moment ago, but how did it feel to you as someone who's presumably proud of her Iranian roots to hear President Trump talk about bombing the country back into the Stone Age and saying we might see the death of an entire civilization? How did that sit with you?
So yes, as an Iranian American, someone who was born in Iran right before the revolution happened, my family and I fled. We came to the United States, and we were very lucky, and we say we won the lottery of life, to be able to have lived in the United States and not under the oppressive regime of this government. But with regards to what President Trump said, and I've said this on other networks as well since yesterday, look at all the rhetoric that he said up to yesterday, and that is in support of the Iranian people, what he has done to stick his neck out for the Iranian people, everything that he has done in solidarity with the Iranian people. No other U.S. president has done that. When President Obama had the chance, he did not do it. So President Trump has been in solidarity with the Iranian people against this regime. But the rhetoric was concerning because a lot of people are now saying, this is worthy of impeaching him based on what he said. I will say, not putting words in his mouth, but I will say my interpretation of that based on everything that he has said up to this point is he wants to eradicate the regime. And he's growing frustrated, obviously, with this regime because they are not being in any way, what they're doing is they're not agreeing to anything. They're holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage when it's not even theirs to hold hostage. And obviously he's causing a lot of a worldwide panic on gas prices. We've obviously seen that gone down since the agreement. But the bottom line is that what he said, I think, was a misuse of words, if I can interpret it, because based on everything else and based on his actions, he is in support of the Iranian people, but not in support of this regime. And if you look at it, he has mostly eradicated this regime. I mean, certainly their top leadership has been eradicated. So if he is in furtherance of that, he has done that, and he's going to continue to do it. This ceasefire is just a ceasefire. It doesn't mean that we withdraw. It doesn't mean that we're bringing our ships back home and our soldiers, sailors, and airmen back home. We're not doing that. We're going to wait. We're going to be there, and we're going to monitor and assess the situation. And if Iran doesn't hold its end of the bargain, ceasefire is going to be over.
I mean, people from the regime have been killed, clearly. And they've also been replaced with probably more of the same. Some are actually going even further than that, saying what will result is an even more hardline approach to leadership than what we've seen up until this point, and a hardline position from those new individuals. I mean, do you think it's a bit of a stretch to call it regime change? Because that's what, for example, we heard from Pete Hegseth earlier on today. I mean, would you call it regime change?
No, I would not call this regime change. And certainly the Iranian people would not call this regime change. I would say that it is one by one, systematically plucking away the leadership. And of course, they have a very interesting system. They call it a mosaic system of how their leadership is, with the use of local entities that become then funneled up to their leadership positions when, for example, the top 2, 3, 4 people are taken out. They just rise up the ranks. And so, yes, Iran has certainly suffered. It has certainly taken a lot of casualties, to include their supreme leader. This country's only had 3 supreme leaders in its 47 years of existence. And to have killed one is certainly something that we've never seen. But to say that there's been regime change, to say that the belief system in that country's changed, to say that people in that country are still not being brainwashed is just not the truth. I mean, we saw video footage yesterday of one of the leaders saying, send your kids into the front of the line, make these boys men, make us proud. This is how a boy becomes a man, by fighting for their country, by being a human shield. And this is the level of brainwashing and repression that this country causes. But in doing so, that the regime is still in place. And we certainly saw those human bonds formed in front of power plants and other facilities yesterday, in furtherance of what their leaders are telling them. So it's not accurate to say that this leadership's been taken out. They haven't. The regime's still there. The Iranian people are still oppressed, and they're not taken to the streets yet.
Right, and I was going to pick you up on that. I mean, there hasn't been the show of domestic opposition to the leadership, to the regime there in Iran. And I'm assuming that that's a bit of a blow, isn't it, to the United States and to Israel? Because they said that would be, well, they seem to suggest that would be quite forthcoming early on in the conflict.
Well, I mean, make no mistake, this is a country that just eradicated 40,000 of its own people, many of them young. I mean, you saw 9 and 10-year-olds, but the majority were in the 18 to 25 age range that they just slaughtered because they dared to protest against their government. So people are not running out into the streets to celebrate. Certainly, we've seen that the Iranian people have done a lot in furtherance of what the United States has been doing and wanting to support the United States, but they're trying to do it also in secrecy. The other thing is that communication is still cut off in Iran. So I have not been able to have contact with family members for over 3 weeks now. So a lot of what might even be happening, we may not be seeing because the Iranian forces have cut off all communication.
Okay, well, Amanda, we've got 2 weeks of ceasefire. I want to know, in your opinion, what needs to happen during these next 2 weeks?
I think Iran needs to prove that it's willing to be fair and it's willing to be in a position to compromise. There is no way that there is going to be anything the United States will agree to until we see their drones, their ballistic missiles, and certainly their nuclear capabilities be limited or stopped. And so for Iran to say we want to have control of the Strait of Hormuz is also another non-starter. So I would start with those 2 things that are the most important: weakening their nuclear capabilities, weakening the ballistic capabilities, and then at the same time making sure that Iran, and President Trump has recently said as of this morning, maybe there would be a joint monitoring of the Strait of Hormuz so that it could result in funds coming to the United States too. And that would obviously come with some ability to help Iran rebuild. So those are the things that I'm looking for, because anything else is a non-starter.
Right. And I mean, a really tough mediating role for Pakistan here, with 2 sides that have, zero trust between them. I mean, what happens if this deal falls apart? What does President Trump do then?
I think President Trump is willing to take the reins and willing to engage in conflict in that region. We already have our military apparatus there. But if President Trump sees that Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage for the rest of the world to suffer, I think he is going to move in furtherance of making sure that this regime is gone. Now, the talks have been largely Israel saying regime change, nothing else. But you're hearing more and more the United States talking about that, talking about the regime change. So they're almost moving more to where Israel is and Israel's position on Iran, because they've learned, and I think everyone has made this mistake before, where they believe, okay, let's just try to work and negotiate and do something so that we don't have to engage in war, engage in conflict. Certainly, Tehran is a very densely populated city, and it makes it hard to just attack the city and not strike people. So I think that the president has done everything that he can. 2 weeks in a lot of people's minds here is 2 weeks too long, 2 weeks too late. So I think that President Trump is going to evaluate, and I don't think he's worried about pulling the trigger on war with Iran if he has to.
I just wondered, I mean, obviously this is an important election year in the United States, and I wondered how much you think this has cost President Trump and the GOP, and how much pressure, therefore, he was under to bring this to some sort of a conclusion.
Well, certainly gas prices being high is never a good thing, especially going into an election. So I think that was the biggest sticking point for the president was, hearing from members of Congress, hearing from his own staff that the price of gasoline, the price of diesel, as we've talked about, how items are transported, goods are transported to stores, those are all going to cause the costs of things to rise for the American people. Certainly, we didn't want to see that. So now we've seen the price of fuel come down. But the reality is that even by CNN's own reporting, the popularity or favorability of Republicans is +5. So they're 5 points higher than the Democrats. Typically, in an election year where the president and Congress are controlled by the same party, here the Republicans, the Democrats usually have double-digit favorability leads in those off-election years. But the Republicans are leading by 5 points. What does that tell you? People in America understand the why, as I've said before. They just want to know how long and how we are going to do this. So if I have to put an answer to your question, I would say Republicans are still in a good spot. Now the price of gas is going to come down. Again, remember where Biden's price of fuel was far higher than where we are today. But if this war and becomes a war, drags on, if this ceasefire doesn't hold, if we have to engage, if we have to send boots on the ground, things become a little bit different and we get closer and closer to that election. We had an election last night for Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, and it was closer than it should have been in a district that is heavily Republican, that President Trump won by, I believe, 35 points. So these things are having an impact on people, but we won't know until we have the actual elections and what is happening as we get closer to those elections in November.
Yeah, clearly depends on which polls we look at. Some polls suggest President Trump's approval rating is at its lowest level to date. Thank you very much indeed, Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist and lawyer. Great speaking to you.
Thank you.
So the US and Iran have agreed to a 2-week pause in hostilities, but that truce does not appear to apply to Lebanon, which has borne the heaviest spillover from the war. Well, today, in fact, Lebanon is facing its most intense Israeli bombardment since the conflict began. That is, according to local sources. Well, consecutive airstrikes shook the capital, Beirut, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Well, one strike on a crowded neighborhood reportedly killed at least 12 people. Well, let's bring into the conversation Tracy Chamoun, who is a Lebanese author, diplomat and political activist who served as Lebanon's ambassador to Jordan. She's also from the Chamoun political dynasty. Tracy, your grandfather was President Camille Chamoun. Your father was the prominent Lebanese politician Danny Chamoun. Thank you for joining us once again here on this program. Let's just be clear. I mean, Lebanon has not been included in this ceasefire. And if anything, in the last 12 hours or so, we've seen more violence in Lebanon than we've seen on any other day of the conflict. I mean, I'm assuming, therefore, there's a huge sense of disappointment.
Well, yes, not only disappointment, but fear of the unknown, because we don't know what's going to happen going ahead. It seems like Lebanon has been excluded from the deal. Both Netanyahu and now Trump has also said, President Trump has also said that, they have to deal with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we have been excluded. And today was proof of that. It was one of the most violent days of attacks all over the country, about 100 strikes in 10 minutes. I was in my house in the district of the southern suburbs, and I can tell you it was quite terrifying. So we didn't know what hit us because we were expecting something very different, but we're now really caught up in the worst of it. And it seems like also Israel is trying to get as much done as possible in case there's international pressure that's going to be put upon them to comply with the ceasefire. So I think it's like they're rushing to get as much done as possible, which is horrendous because they've killed today 80 people and injured over 200, not to mention the catastrophic destruction in the city, in the capital of Beirut.
Ambassador, the Iranians are saying they're considering walking away from the ceasefire deal precisely because Lebanon has been excluded. That's one of the latest things I've been reading. And I'm wondering whether you think in the eyes of the Lebanese people that actually makes Hezbollah and Iran look more reasonable than Israel and the United States.
Well, the way Israel is behaving now in Lebanon is horrendous and unacceptable. They're targeting civilian, dense population areas, and they've moved away from just, targeting one Hezbollah individual. They don't care who lives around that Hezbollah individual and how many people go down as collateral damage. So how they're behaving is really bad. Iran, to a certain extent, has to stand by Hezbollah. Hezbollah, stuck its neck out and dragged Lebanon kicking and screaming into this war to defend Iran. And now that Hezbollah is the only target left, Iran really is demonstrating, I guess, loyalty to their proxies. Whether this is good or bad, it depends on which side of the fence you're sitting.
Ambassador Chamoun, on Sunday, there was a staunch Hezbollah opponent by the name of Pierre Mouawad, who was actually killed in an Israeli strike along with other people. And his sister at the funeral said this. She said, "We're done with Israel. We're done with Hezbollah." And I wondered whether that roughly summed up the mood there in Lebanon.
Yes, it does. We're absolutely done with these wars that, we're constantly being dragged into. We're a peace-loving people, and, we don't identify with these extreme ideologies that today are in this terrible situation of conflict amongst themselves. So, yes, it's totally true what she said. The Lebanese are done with wars.
There is, of course, a shift, it would appear, in Israel's strategy, which is to strike some places that are not traditionally Hezbollah strongholds. And I'm assuming that's because there are displaced people from other parts of the country that are now in those areas that are being targeted. And I'm wondering whether you think that runs the risk of stoking fear, division, and more sectarian tensions there.
Well, that would be ideal for Israel because they've always tried to create strife in the Lebanese communities, among the different confessional communities. It suits their purpose to have Lebanon divided. You have to divide to conquer. It also weakens everybody and weakens Lebanon generally. So, yes, it is a problem having these refugees scattered now pretty much everywhere. But on the other hand, what are you going to do? These are people who've been displaced, who've had, many of them, their homes just demolished, people killed in their families. So do you shut your doors in their face? No. But at the same time, it poses a risk because among those people, there are also elements which are extremists and activists and members of Hezbollah. And so it's put a lot of strain on Lebanese society. We're a very small country and we have about 1.4 million refugees today, and they're just camping in their cars and sleeping in the streets. We're already suffering, from terrible economic hardship after everything we've endured over the last years. So it's putting a huge strain on the country, on the government, on the leadership, on the population, and of course, obviously, on these poor people who have been displaced and who are suffering the worst of it.
I mean, some people in Lebanon are asking, where is the state? Why isn't Lebanon taking control of its own destiny? And I just wonder how you'd respond to that and whether you're aware of any Lebanese initiatives to try to bring about an end to this.
I think that the government, makes all the right sounds and takes all the right, stands when it comes to defending Lebanon's sovereignty. But the problem is that we have not had a substantial army for decades. Israel has prevented Lebanon from having any weapons of substance to defend itself. So we have a good ground force, and our army is more like an internal police force than anything. We're not equipped. We don't have aircraft. We don't have anti-aircraft. We don't have the technology, for missile detection. We are literally, like lambs at the slaughter in this case when it comes to the army. And I think that the president made the decision to pull the army out of the line of fire because he knew that it just wasn't capable of defending itself.
I mean, how would Lebanon react if Israel does what some fear it might do, which is to seize essentially all territory south of the Litani River, which would be 10% of Lebanese territory? How would your country respond in that situation?
Well, I think, that's really a violation of our sovereign rights. The whole invasion from the beginning is a violation and should not take place. And really, we should demand extreme international support in preventing this from happening. In Israel, there are conflicting messages that are going out. The military wing is saying that they're not intending to do a huge ground incursion, that Hezbollah has proved to be stronger than they thought it was. The politicians are promising the people in the north that they're going to extend the buffer zone and, prevent any anti-tank fire from reaching the northern populations. So there is a bit of a contradiction. The message isn't clear now about how much Israel is going to take. The other thing is that, they're confronting Hezbollah on the ground, and they're finding that Hezbollah is a much fiercer force than they had calculated. They thought that they had decimated them. They thought that they had weakened them tremendously. But in this last year where, since the last fighting, Hezbollah has managed to reconstitute itself. And on the ground, they're very strong. They've taken out already about 30 Merkava tanks, each one costing about $5 to $6 million. They've killed 11 Israeli soldiers in the last month. So Israel is also confronting that, and they're getting a lot of pressure from within, the family of these soldiers who don't necessarily want to relive their past experiences with invasions in Lebanon where it's turned out very badly for them. So I don't know how sustainable it is for Israel to come in and occupy the south of Lebanon. They have a very bad history when it comes to that. And from the Lebanese point of view, it's absolutely unacceptable that they remain here on our soil.
And if Israel does seize a chunk of Lebanon, as it's feared that they might, wouldn't that then be a coup for Hezbollah, who could spin that and say, this is a vindication for us, because this is everything they could say they've been warning about for years, about what Israel's true intentions are towards your country?
Exactly. I mean, they have given Hezbollah a new lease of life. After the previous war, when they had been weakened so much and the government had taken some sovereign decisions about containment of illegal weapons and so on, and was working to try and gather the weapons of Hezbollah and form some sort of national consensus around it. Now Israel has come and legitimized Hezbollah. They've legitimized the resistance again, because the army isn't there to defend the south from the Israeli occupation. These are people with homes, with ancestral land with property that they want to, defend and protect. And Hezbollah now is the only entity that is doing that. So, yes, they have resurrected Hezbollah.
Does Lebanon feel a bit abandoned by its allies at the moment? I mean, this is clearly an hour of need for your country. And you'd have thought that Lebanon's allies would somehow be there to fight Lebanon's corner, if nothing else, diplomatically. Where are they?
Well, they are. They are fighting our corner. President Macron's been very fierce in his defense of Lebanon. The Vatican has been very fierce in its defense of Lebanon. The Western countries, Spain, Canada, all of them. But in this particular equation, where the conflict was really USA-centric, and President Donald Trump was calling the shots, it was very hard for anybody to do anything. Presently, Israel has a free hand. It's been given a free hand by the United States to do what it wants in Lebanon, and that is catastrophic. I think that is what we have to now push for, is to say, look, this free hand is out of control, and you're going to have another Gaza on your hands, but it's going to be much, much worse. And this time, there's no other conflict related to it. This is just fierce occupation and a violation of the sovereignty of another nation.
Okay, just lastly, the million-dollar question. Can Lebanon ever be fully rid of Hezbollah?
I think that, if we had been given a chance to come up with a defense strategy, our president was very clear about that in his inauguration speech. That could have happened, but there was no will on the part of the Israelis to allow that to happen. Somehow the Israelis like to have a permanent enemy. Now that Iran has sort of been taken off the table, or at least its impact reduced, then now they have to turn to Hezbollah again. They need a permanent enemy. Benjamin Netanyahu needs a permanent enemy. He needs a constant permanent war. If there's no war, he's likely to go to jail.
Okay, well, on that note, we have to wrap up. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador Tracy Shamoun, thank you again for your time. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim. Joining me is Robert Greenway, Director of the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation and former Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States and Senior Director of the National Security Council's Middle Eastern and North African Affairs Directorate under the first Trump administration. Rob, thank you so much for joining us on America Unfiltered.
Well, it's good to see you. Great to be with you, Ellie. Thanks for having me. From my perspective, a couple of things are important. First is the 2 most important numbers, and a lot of them show up in the discussions about this particular campaign. The 2 that matter most to me are the Israeli and American combined effective intercept rate against Iranian missiles, the only tool that is providing any form of retaliatory capacity, although greatly diminished. And that number is about 92 to 94% of Iranian missiles are actually getting intercepted by American or Israeli technology. The second is 100%. 100% of U.S. and Israeli strikes are effectively being executed on a minute-by-minute, hourly, daily basis against the Islamic Republic, destroying its capacity to wage war against its neighbors and threaten U.S. interests, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. This is critically important because it essentially implies that this conflict was over the minute it was started. Iran doesn't have the capacity to stop it. They cannot do anything to defend against it. And in fact, it is just now a matter of destroying the capacity they have to produce a nuclear program, a nuclear weapon, the missiles responsible for potentially deploying it that can already range Europe and Israel and much of our infrastructure in the Middle East, and certainly disrupt global oil and trade markets, which are our vital interests, and which now their capacity to do so is being eliminated as we speak. So from where I sit, the president has undertaken a historic effort to eliminate an enduring threat for the last 47 years to U.S. interests, and they have liberally used their capacity to threaten us and to kill Americans and threaten Israel, our partners and allies, and the global economy. And President Trump's decisive leadership is preventing them from doing so in the future. And I think that's going to be wrapped up relatively soon.
Well, and those numbers that you shared, Rob, are astounding to think about the success of Epic Fury on the U.S. and Israeli side. You mentioned our allies in the region and what's taking place right now. As you and I speak, there are negotiations, it seems, between the United States and Israel. What's your assessment of chances of success for those negotiations? And if they fail, what do you think Plan B is?
Yeah, it's a great point. Look, I think you and I both know the president's mind is always to pursue a diplomatic option if it's available. He's managed to stop 8 conflicts so far using chiefly diplomacy and economic pressure deftly in order to exert leverage over warring parties. And he's been very successful at doing it. And I think that's his preference. But I also recognize that at this point, it was never the Islamic Republic's preference to do so. And I'm not sure now that they're coherent enough to be able to formulate a position and reflect it back to the United States. In other words, I don't know that anyone is left in charge or in a position to acquiesce to demands. I also know that the president isn't committed to it. And so if they fail to accept the terms that are being provided, and they have no right or basis to be able to resist those terms, they should simply say yes and move on. The president will destroy the remaining capacity, and the government, such as it is in the Islamic Republic, will be incapable of exercising control over its own population. And hopefully that'll provide them the space to overthrow this ridiculous regime that's threatened the United States, Israel, the region, the world, and certainly its own people. And I hope that happens, and I suspect that it will.
Well, that's a hope that you and I both share. But before we get to that hopeful outcome, we've seen reporting that the United States 82nd Airborne Division is on its way to the region. They're described as a top conventional combat team, quote, equipped for full spectrum operations, including possibly taking over Gori Island or other territory. Can you tell us what's your estimate of the potential uses of that division?
Well, first, I think it's important to recognize that this is additional capacity, beyond the scope of 2 carrier strike groups that the United States has currently deployed in the region, and a tremendous amount of air assets, both forward deployed and those that are taking part in the operation from the continental United States and other bases around the world. But it's also not the entirety of the 82nd Airborne Division. It's a command and control element from its headquarters, and I think little less than a brigade combat team. So only a portion of an entire U.S. division. I think there are multiple purposes that this particular capability can bring. First, it can expand our defensive capacity around our infrastructure. Second, it can provide the ability to conduct offensive operations in the region where necessary, certainly against Iran. And also, of course, it can be used as part of the leverage that the president is building in the negotiating process to demonstrate U.S. resolve. What I don't think it is an indication that the United States has an intention to have some sort of presence inside of Iran. And I don't see the case, frankly, for it being used against Gori Island in particular, because we have a way to prevent it from functioning as an economic target more viably without having the necessity of putting U.S. troops on the ground. Second, it's a great distance from the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's ability to restrict traffic through it, which is being rapidly diminished. There are, however, a number of other potential uses, including the islands and the military capacity in and around the straits, but also the question has been raised about other sensitive sites inside of Iran, which may require a level of action that cannot be performed by aircraft alone.
And so that was actually my next question. What do you think it's going to take to get that international flow of traffic again flowing through the Strait of Hormuz?
I think right now, Iran does not have the literal capacity to block the strait. That has been denied them. And I think that's important. Number two, I think they have limited capacity to selectively interdict ships that are transiting through it. And I think that capacity is rapidly being diminished. And so I think in very short order, in my mind, a few weeks, the United States will be able to demonstrate that Iran can no longer threaten navigation and the straits will be reopened again. And I think that'll restore traffic. Again, I think that's going to happen relatively soon. I can't put a timeline on it because I don't have all of the facts, but I would say 1 to 2 weeks, in my estimation, would be sufficient to be able to reduce the threat completely. There's very little left right now, to be honest with you, but ships only require a threat to be able to impact war insurance and their ability to recover damages if incurred. So that's been sufficient to stop traffic for the moment.
And so the other outstanding matter seems to be those 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to weapons grade level that the Iranians have apparently perhaps whisked away to a secret location or not. Perhaps location is known. What do you think it's going to take for us to be able to access that uranium?
Yeah, that's of course a very important question. And I'd say first and foremost, this alleged capacity that they have of having weapons-grade enriched uranium, coupled with their ability to launch missiles toward but not impacting our bases in Diego Garcia, reflect the fact that they've lied all along about their intentions. They've lied all along about their capabilities, and many have been covering for them and denying that they have this capability, and now they're claiming that they do. So I think that's number one. It's important to recognize that they can't have any capacity because they cannot be trusted. Second, I think that if in fact they do have a quantity of enriched uranium, and mindful that the atomic bombs that we employed against the Japanese in the Second World War, the bulk of which were only enriched to 80% capacity. And so you don't have to get to the high 90s or mid 90s as many would intimate. That's ideal, but it's not necessary for the purposes of a testable weapon. If that's in fact the case, part of the negotiations, no doubt, are for Iran to turn that material over. The president has said as much. And if the Iranians don't comply, the question is what then can be done in order to return this to a point in which they no longer have control. And that, again, may be why additional U.S. capabilities are being introduced into the region.
Okay, so one scenario is that we use some sort of special ops to access the uranium. Rob, you were one of the principal architects of the Abraham Accords in the first Trump administration. I personally had the honor of working under your leadership, and there's no one who knows our Gulf Arab allies better than you. Were you surprised to see the Iranians seemingly targeting those countries at higher rates than even Israel?
Well, I think it has. And it's important to say, too, that the person that deserves the most credit for the Abraham Accords and the historic achievement is President Trump. And second, those responsible for the execution, like Jared Kushner in particular, I think, and then those of us, yourself included, of course, that helped make that happen. And it was a privilege to do it. I think it has surprised me to a certain extent that the Emirates in particular have received such a shocking and disproportionate amount of attention. Anyone that has a U.S. base, as they do, and has a close relationship, has been a signatory to the Abraham Accords, you would expect to get Iranian attention, even though they did not conduct a belligerent act during the conduct of this conflict. But they've received more missiles than Israel and all other Gulf states combined. And that is a significantly disproportionate amount. And you take, for example, Bahrain finds itself as host to our Fifth Fleet, also a signatory to the Abraham Accords, but did not. And they're no less a threat to Iran at the end of the day. So it's an interesting juxtaposition. So I do think it is a surprise in the scope and scale they receive. What is also less surprising, perhaps, is that the U.S. equipment provided has been incredibly successful, employed by the Emiratis, who deserve a tremendous amount of credit for being stalwart and for also being incredibly effective at employing these assets to protect their airspace and defend their citizens. And they should be lauded for it. But it is a remarkable admission on the part of the Islamic Republic that they're willing to target innocent civilians while the United States and Israel are targeting military infrastructure.
And Rob, given how much the Iranians have targeted their Arab neighbors, as you just outlined, what's your sense of how these countries would like to see as the end result of Operation Epic Fury?
Well, I think there's a strong convergence between the U.S., Israel, and our partners and allies to ensure that Iran no longer has the capability and capacity to develop a nuclear weapon because they would employ it. Second, that they don't have the ability to threaten the United States, Israel, and the region and global trade and energy markets with missiles and drones, and that program has to be dismantled. The third, I think, is their support for terrorist surrogates and proxies, who have been, with the exception of Hezbollah, remarkably silent, recognizing the fact that their patron is being annihilated. And I think that they're wise to do so, and I only hope that they continue to exercise some restraint, and they'll be dealt with in due course. And I think in the end, those are the principal objectives. The worst thing that could happen now is that we stop short, having gotten so historically close to the end, of being able to detooth and defang this horrific theocratic government in Iran that has threatened its own people and the rest of the region for far too long. And we're nearly there.
Rob, do you have any expectation that the GCC countries might actually join the kinetic fight against Iran?
So, you know, it's a great question. And I think at this point, one, they've been satisfied seeing the results the U.S. and Israel are getting. So they're happy with the progress of the campaign. They're content with the fact that the U.S. is doing it. But at the same time, I think defensive exercises and demonstrations necessary, but perhaps insufficient. And I would not be surprised if the Emirates in particular, but also the Saudis and Bahrain, decide to participate in response to the barrage of missiles and drones that they've received against civilian and commercial infrastructure alone. So I would not be surprised. But again, I think they're content with the progress of the campaign to date. They recognize more than anyone else just how close we are to finishing off an incredible adversary and really restoring the region to a much more prosperous future.
Well, and that was exactly what I was going to suggest next, that we're seeing a new map of the Middle East being drawn. So what's your forecast for the region?
Look, if the president is successful, which I think he almost certainly will be, and has demonstrated in remarkable resolve and foresight to do, I think you're going to see a couple things. You're going to see the United States have diminished presence in the region because the threat will be diminished. Our partners and allies will be more than capable of dealing with it, and that includes Israel. And I think you'll see an expansion of the Abraham Accords in the economic front and a liberation of the region's true potential. And I think at the same time, you'll see a new enduring regional security architecture, including Israel and our partners in the Gulf, and more broadly in the region, that'll be left to address the threats. And the United States will be able to focus its time and attention elsewhere and not have to surge back in as I and so many other Americans have had to do over time. It's not to say that we won't be required in the region, because I think we are. And I think it's our interest to do so. And obviously the circumstances now prove that. But I would say that we would no longer be required if Iran no longer is the threat that it is today. That is an incredible future. That is an enormous potential. And I think that's worth the price that is being paid by our tremendous servicemen and women in both the United States and Israel.
Yeah, it is just an incredible vision to imagine what could come next in terms of the peace and prosperity for the region. I believe, Rob, you were instrumental in the move of Israel from U.S. European Command, and I think this has been publicly reported, to CENTCOM. How has that move played a role in the fighting we're seeing today?
Yeah, it took two runs to get the president to approve the Unified Command Plan, but happened in the fall of 2020, actually in the spring of 2020, President Trump signed that instruction and it executed about a year and a half later. And that had, I think, long been recognized as necessary. The reason ostensibly it remained within U.S. European Command was because partners and allies didn't want to work with those that were helping improve and work alongside our Israeli counterparts. This is really no longer true. It hadn't been for a long time. And second, the necessity of having integrated air defense and integrated operational response activities really required it. So there was really minimal opposition by the time the president made the decision, but it was incredibly formative because just months later, they would have to deal with a barrage of Iranian missiles and drones in response to the ill-guided appeasement campaign of the Biden administration. And now we're seeing them on offense, effectively employing as well as defending. And I think this was the ultimate vision. And the president gets all the credit for making it happen. We're just living for the benefits of that decision now.
Well, it seems like it was a historic decision by the United States. I believe what we're seeing right now, the two armies, Israel and the United States, fighting side by side together in such close and successful coordination, that we haven't seen this since World War II. Would you agree with that statement about that alliance and the success of the two militaries fighting together?
I think that is true, and I think also it demonstrates the foresight, the vision, and the integrated capabilities. Right, that has happened, very, very deliberately. It has happened over time. It's a decision by both countries. One, on Israel to adopt U.S. weapons systems as the best in the world. Clearly, they are. Second, the United States to provide it to Israel at an unprecedented level as one of our preeminent strategic allies. And when you look at the constellation of U.S. partners and allies, and there are many, we're fortunate for that, a few stand apart as Israel does in terms of their capability, but most importantly, their willingness to use it to defend their and our interests. And I think we're seeing the return on that investment, which is absolutely historic. We've sold and provided weapons to a lot of countries, but you can't point to many that are using it in the way that Israel is and to support the United States and our shared objectives. And this is foundational. And it's incredibly important, and it's really rewarding to see.
The Heritage Foundation, which you run the Allison Center of, recently did some work suggesting to Israel that they might be looking towards more independence in their military needs from the United States. And Heritage received some controversy at that time. What's your assessment of that now as you look back?
Yeah, we did. About a year ago, we reevaluated coming into the 75th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel and our United States relationship with it. We looked at, what is the future trajectory, particularly in security, but we looked more broadly in all domains, economic, trade, et cetera. And our goal in that, clearly explicitly stated, is how do we get to better? How do we get to an even closer, more productive economic and security relationship with one another? And our judgment was, in the future, well over 10 years from now, we project a time in which Israel would no longer require the same degree of foreign military financing and the provision of equipment that it does now, which has been all too often by hostile administrations in the United States, including the Biden administration and the Obama administration, restricting their access to key munitions and supplies when they didn't agree with the use of force or Israel's self-defense, as we saw after the horrific attacks of October 7. And I think our intent there was to chart a course in which we would work together to make Israel more prosperous so that it no longer required foreign military financing at all, but will be able to purchase freely and increase co-production and co-development in the United States of weapon systems and platforms. So it would no longer be required to do so. We never envisioned a world in which that would not happen at all. And again, we envision this happening more than 10 years in the future, a goal to work towards. Not unlike President or Prime Minister Netanyahu's earlier comments about the removal of economic aid and assistance, which at the time he was widely criticized for, and now, of course, has proven to be completely prescient. And certainly Israel's economy demonstrates it no longer needs that. They're better off and we're better off. And we're really aligning ourselves with that in the security space.
So do you imagine, Rob, that after Operation Epic Fury, when we're seeing Israel and the U.S. fighting again so closely, hand in hand, wing to wing, what do you think comes next for that relationship, specifically that military component?
Yeah, it's a great question. One, I think we can be satisfied with what has happened up to this point. The question is, how do we get to better? And again, I think the vision in my mind is to get to a point where you have greater autonomy, and Israel stands in a completely independent fashion and can protect its interests and should be able to protect its interests without a tether back to the United States. I also see it as more beneficial for the United States to be able to sell and co-produce and co-develop weapons with our Israeli partners than to provide them outright. And I think that goal is worthy of attainment. But more importantly, I see Israel as the foundation of the United States' interest in the region from a security and economic perspective. And I think it's also the bedrock of our trade and our security cooperation with our partners and allies, a new regional enduring security architecture and a new constellation for trade. And Israel as the core component of that and the significant partner, the most strategic partner the United States has in the region.
Yeah, and certainly I think Epic Fury has proven that to be true. Rob, I'd like to expand the conversation a little bit to talk about China. How do you think Epic Fury is impacting China right now?
Yeah, it is really the most important question, and I think it's neglected in this. And I would say it's not just Beijing, but also Moscow. And so if you back out and look at what the president's been able to do in Venezuela and now in Iran, yes, he's demonstrating the will of the United States to project power, to protect its interests. Critically important, and absolutely essential. They knew we were capable of doing it. They always questioned American will. They were calling this president's administration isolationist. I don't know who could argue that now. Second, we did it successfully in both cases. We're achieving things that no one else, no other military certainly is capable of doing. And most importantly, you don't see China or Russia coming to the aid of either the Venezuelan partners that they theoretically had, nor to Iran's aid. And that, I think, is not lost on the rest of the world. Second, and perhaps more importantly, is the president is setting conditions to do two things: to be able to exert greater control over global energy markets and preserve it, because the economy of our and the rest of the world is based on it. But second, it controls and throttles import revenue, or rather export revenue, that the Russians rely upon as a principal oil exporter and gas exporter. And the president's done that successfully up to this point, radically cutting Russian GDP growth and defense spending just as a result of managing prices. Second, China is a complete dependent upon imports of Middle Eastern and other oil and gas. And the president now is exerting control of partners and allies over that. And that signals Beijing that they may not have the critical resources they require to be able to threaten the United States or Taiwan or our interests without the oil they require and their economy is dependent upon. So this is a strategic move of absolute critical importance that has only part to do with Iran, part with Venezuela. But the president's strategic vision, I think, is much clearer than that, and far more important, I think, than people give him credit.
And you mentioned Russia. So where is the Russia piece of this?
Yeah, so Russia's dependent upon export revenue of oil and gas. And if oil and gas doesn't include Iran and Venezuela operating independent of the United States and our partners and allies, that means then that as a massive oil, one of the world's largest energy producers and now a net exporter, the United States is in a position to drive prices to where we want them to go, favorable to us and not favorable to Vladimir Putin, and certainly not inside the control and influence of Beijing and President Xi. This means that the president now holds all the strategic cards, and this is of vital importance. And it's good for the United States. It's really good for the rest of the world.
So in your vantage point, when you look at the map of the world and the presidency of Donald Trump in this second administration, do you think there is a Trump doctrine, and how would you describe it?
You know, I do, and it's probably a consequence of my perspective based on where I worked in the first Trump administration. It became clear two things. First is he gives a great deal more thought to the strategic issues, I think, than many give him credit for, including some of those closest to him, perhaps. Second, I think that you learn to sort of listen to what he says and watch what he does and correlate the two of them. And I think what I saw then and what I see now is a very clear effort to exercise control and expand America's economic prosperity and growth, and also at the same time to exert and exercise our resources to project our power and to preserve our interests abroad. And again, at the cost of our adversaries. So the president has always been reluctant to use force, but when he does, it's decisive, it's successful, it's defending our interests, and it's done with our partners and allies. And he's always taken account of preserving the source of U.S. strength, and that's our economy. And those two things are threaded throughout all his decisions. None more evident, I think, on the actions that he's taken in Venezuela and Iran and increasing U.S. energy production. That has put us in incredibly strong footing. It's why I think you'll see extraordinary economic growth as soon as the conflict ends in the next couple of weeks. And I also think you're going to see tremendous leverage now applied against both Moscow and in Beijing to U.S. advantage. And again, good for the U.S., really good for the rest of the world.
Robert Greenway, as a fellow American, I want to wrap up by, first of all, thanking you for all of your service to our country. As I mentioned, you're decorated, multiple decorations for all that you've done. Is there any other thoughts you might have for our Al Arabiya English audience?
Only this, that for those that were concerned about the U.S. presence in the region, about the degree to which they could rely upon the U.S., depend upon the U.S. as a partner and ally, again, the U.S. right now is working with our partners in the Arab world in particular and with our Israeli partners to reduce the greatest threat to regional peace and stability that we've seen in generations in the Islamic Republic, and doing so successfully and providing both defensive and offensive support to our partners. So we are there with you. We are addressing the threats that face all of us each day. Second, there is no other power on earth that is capable of doing it, and there is no power on this earth that is capable of stopping us from doing it. And so those that think that China or Russia are going to exert greater influence and replace the United States, I think are demonstrably false. And I think that's being demonstrated now. And so have no doubt that the United States stands with our partners in the region and will make you more capable. But also, again, we have great respect for our partners, and we have the tremendous support of our partners, and neither of which are lost on the Trump administration.
Wow. Well, that is a very powerful message. We are there with you. Robert Greenway, thank you so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Always great to see you.
Thank you. And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the PA African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Muscat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans, sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledge to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
لكن قبل تنفيذ ذلك قررت الهروب.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Soba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings, and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times, and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year, Mogadishu Port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing. And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdenoor Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia, to create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency, bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
أنا أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News.